7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to get involved by texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then we have this Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather to talk it over for the next 4 hours, like Corey and Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter and Terry Donovan's shaking hand and John Scores and Jake Reynolds and the Hunter. They're all in there, Doug, the Hunter.
All right.
But I know you want to pay tribute to the 2025 Cardinals as they now sleep with the fishes.
Yeah. So long, wild card. You were always a fickle mistress. I always knew you'd leave me for a better team, and I just wish you hadn't taken the 401k with you.
Oh, they got the 401k?
They did, wipe me out.
Mm-hmm. Who do you have representing you?
I did it myself.
Oh. Bad idea, Jeans.
Mm-hmm. Should have called Mark Hanna.
Mark Hanna's representing, doing family law now?
Well, he handles the 401k.
Got it.
You know who got the win last night? Jose Butto. How about that? It is full circle. From spring training when he wasn't available to the clinching a game to knock out your Cardinals, Jose Butto gets the win.
It was looking like it might be another kind of a good night because everyone in front of him lost. All the other wild card teams in contention with them lost. Man, we'd have been in the playoffs. Nice. On our way to printing World Series ducats. Nope, fell apart in the ninth.
I enjoyed the post game with Mark Sweeney. He said, well, Jordan Walker didn't look like he really was concentrating tonight. And then he critiqued Vic Scott, diving for a ball that seemed to be pretty clearly in front of him, led to a triple for Andrew Kisner, first of his career. And I thought Sweeney was fair, but he was kind of criticizing the outfield play on a night when the Cardinals had 3 errors, 2 misplays that weren't errors. They looked bad. And I thought he was being polite but accurate. And then Ollie said he enjoyed the effort and that you should always go for it, and he wants his guys to be aggressive. And I thought, I think it's okay to just say we had a bad night defensively. Mm-hmm. They had a bad night. It was not a good look.
No.
But it doesn't matter. This team's going nowhere. But as a tweet came at me this morning, Tim and Doug.
What was the issue on the Twitter tweets?
No, they said, well, it was fun while it lasted. And I was wanting to say, are you serious? What part was fun? Well, the last day and a half where the Mets just continued the free fall? But I have a new talking point, Tim. This is my theory. Okay,
what do you got?
You feared if they had squeaked out a winning record, that would have been referenced by Mr. DeWitt.
That's correct. It's like we go to bowls around here.
Okay, new talking point. Well, we were in it until the final weekend of the season.
Yeah, that one actually bothers me more than the winning record one because it fails to include the fact that Major League Baseball's playoff system has been diluted materially since 2022. Because if this were the playoff system that we had from 1995 through 2021, the Cardinals would be nearly 10 games back because that is the team that has the best record of the wild card, and that's the Chicago Cubs. And they are most likely going to get to 90 wins. All due respect to the Cardinals this weekend. The Cubs are sitting on 89. The Cardinals would be fortunate to get to 80 wins. So it's kind of a moving target. It's like when, Missouri's never had 3 straight 10-win seasons. Well, there's a reason. Because back in the days of Dan Devine, Frank Broyles had a great season, didn't he?
I believe he did.
Well, they play like 7 games a year.
So it's kind of like, well, we got to include some historical context before we use our hands on each other.
Oh, and they also didn't play the Central Arkansas of the world.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
I read that schedule from like 78. I'm not sure you were here.
God, yeah.
They were playing USC and Notre Dame and Ohio State and teams like that, non-conference.
So I think you can acknowledge certain things without starting to do this. Well, I mean, they were in the race only because everybody was in the race. There were 7 teams who weren't in the race in both leagues entering the month of September. So if you could, do me a favor and stop it.
And I'm not saying they will say that, but I'm not saying they won't.
Well, we have at least warned our audience
to be ready for it.
It could be coming, and that's coming on. John Mozeliak's talking on Monday, he said on the program, and then the DeWitts and Chaim Bloom, he thinks, will be talking on Tuesday. At that point, he will most likely be somewhere with a boat drink.
We probably should have held him more accountable for that and said, but on Monday, you'll be playing the wild card tiebreaker.
Nice. Oh, could well have happened. You think they will put a positive spin on this season? Is it even possible to do that?
I have to tell you, last year when the chairman, Bill DeWitt Jr., said, well, we did have a winning season, I'm like, wow. Yeah. It's not certainly the top tone-deaf move of the last few years, but it was up there. To try to spin that to people, that was rather insulting. Because that certainly was not, nor is it now, the mindset of the fan base. I would imagine there were very few people who were holding out hope for a playoff spot. I don't think that, for example, fans in Miami were like, oh, well, look, the Marlins were in this thing until the very end. It took a couple nights ago until the Royals, who, for the record, have a better record than the Cardinals, were eliminated from the American League. If you include 12 teams and now 3 wild cards, it's really tough to not be in it entering the month of September. Once again, I was pointing out that there were only 7 teams in all of baseball who were, quote, out of it going into the month. So it's really not an accomplishment. It's more of an accomplishment if you go back to the pre-2022 diluted baseball playoffs.
I was thinking it was kind of sad last night. It's a late game, West Coast, and most people, I assume, didn't care. And shouldn't because of the record and because of the team that's being put out there right now. But in the past, God, it was so exciting. If you had a late game, wow, we're a game behind Houston. Okay, let's see. We got a shot at the division. What's going on with the Braves? If they lose, that scoreboard watching that historically goes with this time of year was all. And yes, you can say the Mets lost, the Reds lost, but you're like, well, it doesn't matter.
Was it that home run that Terry Pendleton hit off of Roger McDowell in 1987? Was that September of 87?
I don't know.
Dead center field.
I was actually going to ask the date, September of.
This is just a dart. I'm going to go
late.
September 8th. But maybe that's too early. Point being, the Mets, I think, would have been like a half game out. And then you're playing for one playoff spot. So it's a different metric. I think at this point most people get that. But if you are going to go, well, I mean, they were in it. You got to say, well, they were in it because they've expanded the field. Missouri didn't go to bowls from 1983 to 1997. Well, that's because everybody started to even go to bowls. Mike Francis counted them on the air, and it was incredible.
How many were there?
I think he got to 43. Right.
Pendleton's home run was on September 11th. How about that?
Oh, no.
1987.
In New York.
It was. In
Shea Stadium.
Shea Stadium. Roger McDowell. The Mets would have been... They've been a half game out?
I don't remember that, Tim.
Boy, I'd like to maybe.
Gotta do some show prep.
Game time. Game time.
28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41.
Wow.
Counting the 2 playoffs, 41. If you count the championship game, 42.
Okay.
That's a lot of games. It really is. That is a lot of games.
A lot of games. Papers, I was begging for Jose Buto earlier. He got the win.
Hey, you growing a mustache again, bro?
Yes.
You mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on?
No, he could not and didn't.
Picked up the dub.
What's the story with that?
I've tried before, and the lightest my facial hair is above my mouth. So it's futile.
See if the YouTube can catch that. We'll have ladies all throughout the Central Corridor rushing to the YouTube chat.
If I from a side profile, you could get the shape of it. But
just a few shrubs.
But from dead on, you wouldn't really know. It's one existence I lead.
Don't get down on this.
No, come on. This is like when you're down on your hair. Your hair is fine.
Just got to have some patience.
It's all blonde and
pick yourself up by the bootstraps.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
This guy.
You look
fine.
slick today. You look slick.
Thank you.
You could color it a little bit if that would help it.
That's a dangerous game.
Was that Wicked Game by Chris Isaac and Martin Tony La Russa introduced you to Chris Isaac?
And told me to go interview him. And I said, about what? You figure it out. So I went over to him and said, hey, Mr. Isaac?
Was he in Silence of the Lambs?
No, but he had that song "Wicked Game." 90 was it around 91, 92 with Helena Christensen, and they're rolling around on the beach. Oh my goodness, forget about it. It's like I'm on that first hill of the Screaming Eagle watching that video. Dear Lord.
He was. He was in Silence of the Lambs.
Chris Isaac was in the
I think he had a very weird
Was he the
cameo.
one who played Tuck Tuck Goose?
No, I think that was Ted Levine.
It was a
How do you remember that?
He owns Movie Boy.
Buffalo Bill. He's doing the dance, Goodbye Horses. That's going to be the comeback
scene.
music.
I don't remember the obscure actor.
You ever play Tuck?
Cut that off.
What
Kind of a
role
personal question.
did Chris Isaac play?
He played a SWAT commander.
Interesting.
Jackson put some glitter on it and make it pop. That's from the convex piece of Tim's skull.
Yeah,
That might be worse than
you've done
coloring
that
it.
before.
Yeah, I've learned my lesson.
I think if you're just patient, it'll grow out thicker over time.
Yeah,
Well,
like a walrus, like Craig Stadler.
I am the walrus.
Sure.
There we go.
That's what you would look like.
Right. Doug, you're very wise, so I'm gonna
I
take
am.
heed of your advice.
So you're just going to be patient and let this thing really get bushy?
Yeah.
Just in time for Roll Tide.
Yeah, it's going to be my Roll Tide stash.
Nice. Okay. This mustache is going to lead Missouri to a national championship.
I'm going to be like Tom Selleck.
Don't shave. Don't shave. We're going to just keep it rolling, buddy.
Yeah.
Tim, a couple of texts said they were scoreboard watching. I can't believe it. I don't know. God bless if you're a diehard.
Yeah, people.
No, I get it. I was as well. I mean, I guess part of it is just the job, but also it just was funny to me that this is, so diluted that these teams that are all flopping around are still, by definition, in the playoff race because, the Reds are not guaranteed to finish above 500, but alas, they are a game out of a playoff spot. Nice effing system. So that's what you got. The Mets lost, the Reds lost, the Diamondbacks lost, the Cardinals lost. The Giants, though, have been eliminated. And so, Doug, 3 teams will fight for one playoff spot to face the Los Angeles Dodgers in a best-of-3.
The Rockies have lost 2 in a row, but it looks like they will avoid a 120-loss season.
Congratulations to Colorado.
They're only 38 out of the wild card spot.
So the Dodgers have 27 blown saves.
It is Dante's Inferno out there, and they're hopping mad, too, because it's been a tough run for them. But the Dodgers will not finish with 100 wins. I don't believe any team will finish with 100 wins, correct? The Brewers cannot get there.
Sitting at 96.
Yeah.
Maybe Mo goes to the Dodgers and says, have you not been entertained by their recent past? It is surprising with that roster. They're 89 and 69.
A lot of injuries to the pitching staff, and so they're in a spot where they're scrambling. Best-of-3 could hit them and hit them hard. So beware, one of these 3 randos that are struggling to get above 500 could beat the Dodgers. And as we calculated with their luxury tax, $550 million in expenses for payroll. That's including the luxury tax payments, for the record.
Yeah. Well, that's why I root against them, because they've got all this money that so many teams don't, just based mostly on where the team is located. So I'd kind of like to see the Reds win it all.
Win it all.
I like them. How about that?
Squeak in and
Doug,
win it
the
all.
socialist. I enjoy Seattle. The atmosphere last night. That Cal Raleigh's up to 60. He had 2 more. They're going to get a bye as well. They don't have to play in that best-of-3. I'm excited about Seattle, Doug.
They'll still have to play in the best-of-3. Oh, no, I guess it'll be the Guardians or Tigers.
Because the Guardians and Tigers are going to have the lowest record. I guess there's a chance they can still tie.
The Tigers led Cleveland by 15 and a half games in
And
August.
they lost 8 in a row.
Yeah.
God almighty.
They blew a 15 and a half game lead. They might not even get a wild card spot.
Yeah, Houston's right there. There's some
Yeah, they lead Houston by 1.
fun races over there in the American League. Manfred's got me. I'm watching the American League
See
races
there?
right
Yeah, it
down to the
works.
wire.
Sharon in Clayton active. She says it could be worse. The Cardinals could be the Tigers. This is a historic collapse coming in hot. That's Sharon in Clayton. Dirk 3K says, all hail the big dumper. Doug, the big dumper, 60 home runs now.
Man, that's a lot for anybody, much less a catcher. And he wasn't a guy, a lot of people probably wasn't barely aware who he was until this year. I mean, he's hit some home runs out there the last few years, but nothing like this.
Is Doug's ass, as good as people say.
Oh, for heaven's sake!
Good
Where did that come
I'll
from?
tell you what,
Jackson.
I like this mustache if it leads to those kinds of drops.
Yep, mustache to me. Mustache Jackson is one who's rock solid on the drops.
Wow. They're gonna
point
hold
to
you
the
to
back
that.
of
I'm just
your-
letting you know they're gonna hold you to
Just
that.
point to the back of your jersey.
I think so.
That's the equivalent.
My logarithm has figured out I like big asses and my feeds are glorious. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood talking about his logarithm. I think he just maybe accidentally left off the A. But people are letting us know what their algorithms look like this morning, Doug.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's interesting. He likes heavy set gals, does he?
I think you can be in shape and have a rotund backside.
I don't know. Rotund? We'd have to define rotund.
Jackson, would you define it now that you have a mustache?
I think well shaped would be the best way to describe it. You know, sculpted,
Oh.
like yours.
Oh, for heaven's
I
sake.
wouldn't mind
Just get
talking. I'll go
uncomfortable.
to HR with you on that.
Thank you.
During the break.
It was a crime of passion.
Respect that. Can we vote Sharon from Clayton off the TMA texting island? She sucks really badly. Thank you.
jeez.
That's from Wedding Tackle. He wants her to be banned from the text line. Now, yesterday you did ban somebody, didn't you? You tariffed somebody up to
Harrison's
100%.
brother Master.
Harrison's brother Master?
Yeah.
100% tariff.
100% tariff, 2 days. 2 days suspension. The 100% tariff will hit him hardest.
Yeah, it's tough.
But we were also introduced to the new listener of the month, card dealer Kurt.
Yeah, I did like that, Kurt.
He was fun.
I did like that, Kurt. You can compete with Kurt by calling in 314-974-0101. That is the number for the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And then, of course, you can always text into the program at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends have gathered by opening up their YouTube app, typing in TMA STL, and talking it over throughout the course of the program. It's also a way to go back and podcast. We got a new sponsor here on the program, and I got to tell you, I am super excited about this new sponsor. Jackson, are you familiar with 5-Iron?
Yes.
I mean, holy moly cockatoli. What is your impression before I start telling the people about 5? When I say 5-Iron, what do you think of?
I think it's like really upscale, like well done. Everything's well done around it. Simulator golf inside, like great place to hang out with your friends. Grab a drink, grab some good food, play on the simulator, a lot of TVs around. It's like a really good place to hang out where you like still love to play golf, but it might be a little cold outside in the winter.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a perfect spot to like just be with your friends hanging out.
Or get some work in if you're a psychopath like me.
Really quality simulators. So like it's best of both
TrackMan.
worlds. Yeah, like if you're really looking there to grind, you have that option. And if you're looking to have some fun, all while playing some golf around it, you can do that. It's kind of really the best of both worlds.
Yeah, it's an incredible menu as well. So it's high quality food, great social place with a bar. And I checked it out. We had a sales call there. I guess it was about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. And I didn't even know, honestly, where it was. It's in Clayton. And not only you can tell from the outside, but then when you walk inside, it's incredible. So if you're somebody who's like, man, I love the game, I want to improve, practicing on simulators is certainly a way to do it. I mean, that way you can also track your numbers and see what your improvements are, see what you're doing right, see what you're doing wrong with the TrackMan simulators. But from a social standpoint, it's perfect with the restaurants and with the bar. So with the Ryder Cup now getting ready to start up, a lot of people locked into golf this weekend, and what better time to check out the brand new 5-Iron Golf in Clayton. 5-Iron is the ultimate indoor golf experience and premier place to watch the Ryder Cup. While the pros are battling it out in New York, you can play the same course. Bethpage Black. Yeah, I mean, you can play all these different courses, so you can pick whatever course it is around the country that you have heard of, likely on the TrackMan simulator. This place gives you the chance to feel like you're teeing it up for Team USA, only you're indoors on a state-of-the-art simulator with cutting-edge technology. I believe they have 13 simulator bays in there. I think that's the math. And here's the kicker. If you grab a membership, you get free golf every day. I am going to live there. I am going to live there during the cold weather months. Plus, discounts on food, drinks, lessons, leagues, and more. They'll even give you a swing evaluation when you join. Yeah, their pro over there is a former pro here in St. Louis at a very well-respected club. So you can fine-tune your game and see how you stack up against your buddies. It's only $169 per month. That is so inexpensive for what you get. And if you join in September, you get your first month free. The vibe is outstanding, truly great food, drinks, and just a fun place to hang out, whether you're serious about your swing or you just want to have a good time. So check it out. It's 5-Iron Golf in Clayton. It's not just golf simulators. It's an entire golf experience. You can get all the information on memberships, lessons, and leagues at 5irongolf.com. Trust me, you're going to love it. I walked in there and I could not believe it, how great it was, and I will be living there probably October through March or April, just getting work in. It's 5-Iron Golf at 8015 Forsyth Boulevard. The website is 5irongolf.com. Check it out. I'm telling you, you are going to love it. Welcome aboard to 5-Iron Golf here on TMA. Now, while the Cardinals lost, and for those holding out hope, that was an unfortunate development last night. However, there was a significant development for the future following the game. We'll tell you what that is coming up after the break.
We got to wait?
Yeah, it's time spent listening metrics. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, what is this? Why'd you request it?
I can barely hear it.
Papers, what do we have?
This is Goodbye Horses. This is the song during the tuck dance in Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God. So there is a theme today.
Well, we just talked about it. I figured that.
I haven't had a chance to rewatch the scene as much as you have to know what was playing in the background.
Once you watch it once, you never forget. At least in my
Well, Jesus,
my
it's been how many
experience.
years?
34.
Yeah.
This felt to me as just kind of like the music in the background or something. I didn't realize it was a real song.
Mm-hmm.
Did the actor Ted
Levine.
have that really strange voice?
You'll know what pain is.
Oh, gosh.
Or did
But,
he amp it
Isn't
up?
that the
for
guy who called into Gabe's postgame show?
Very similar.
What if Ted Levine is calling into the Colonel's postgame show following the UMass affair?
would be
Again,
the-
I think that postgame show might be about 8 minutes on Saturday night.
Be the greatest.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we are celebrating the tuck scene from Silence of the Lambs here in the 7 o'clock hour. But I'm celebrating this. The Post-Dispatch this morning with this story. They talked it over with Sonny Gray following the game. And this is what Derek Gould writes on STLtoday.com. Within an hour of the Cardinals' formal mathematical elimination from the National League playoffs late Wednesday night, Sonny Gray delivered a detailed review of his season and how, quote, very strong he felt at its end. Strong enough, he explained, that if the Cardinals were postseason bound, he'd be catching a wind into October. Instead, he will spend that time deciding if he needs to go elsewhere to get there. The Cardinals' leading starter and highest salaried player finished his season with 6 solid innings Wednesday against the Giants in the loss, and afterwards, Gray acknowledged he must consider waiving his no-trade clause this winter. Quote, I think I do, just to be frank and to be honest. I definitely think I do. Whether I do decide that I want to go somewhere, whether that actually happens, I don't have complete control of that. Obviously, I have control of where I can't go or don't go. I'm going to be 36. It's going to be my 14th season. Last year of my contract for this. I don't know what the future holds for me. Truly, I don't know what that looks like for me yet. But from my standpoint, wonderful news that he sounds like he is looking to go as well. So, with Arenado's comments and with Gray's comments, perhaps you can get rid of a lot of money this offseason. Contreras still hanging around.
You are a little surprised that Gray didn't feel this way a year ago. Who knows what goes into those decisions, but if I'm Sonny Gray, I'm seeing the same thing right now that I saw a year ago. In fact, the team's telling me a year ago, hey, you might want to get out of here. I want to get out of here. So he's due $35 million next year, I believe.
Oh, gosh.
Would you pay Doug? Doug, you don't like to pay for guys to play elsewhere.
No.
Can I pay 10 to save 25?
Yeah, if you could save 25, I think
And now
you'd do
some
that.
team might just grab him and
Yeah,
pay him.
I don't think you're.
You don't
I
think
don't
you
know
have
if
to
you're
pay
going to have
it
to
all?
do that. Actually,
But I'm asking, would you be willing to? What are you willing to do if it comes down to that? And maybe some team will say, who cares? 35 mil. But you only have a handful of teams that can pay that amount.
Well, in that article, they specifically list both the Braves, who need pitching and are going to try to do a quick reset this offseason. I mean, they mounted a charge at the end of the year, but they had already been eliminated, and they were also decimated by injuries, similar to the Dodgers, except the Dodgers were able to overcome it. And then the Giants, who lurked around. So the team he pitched against in what could be his final start for the Cardinals may be where he goes. The Braves, if the geography is important to remain close to Tennessee, would make a whole lot of sense. The Giants would certainly be challenging if that is his priority, and I don't think he's really made much of a secret that that is one of his priorities. It's where his family is, for the record.
And it's not a business tact anyone should take. Hey, we're willing to pay it. I'm just saying, if it comes down to it, if you can't get a taker, are you willing to spend a little to unload it, to save it?
Yeah, I'd say yes to that. Maybe the Mets will make a play. It was a couple years ago they spent $40 million a year on older pitchers like Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander. It just seems like really bad business to spend that kind of money on old pitchers.
I think if the Mets miss out, it's a fascinating offseason for them. Do they just double down and spend even more? because they've tried like hell to just spend and win, and it's not working.
They got the richest owner in the league.
Right.
So maybe.
So you think he'll just try and fix it
Probably.
by spending more?
Guys, it's hot in July in Atlanta. Thanks. That's from the 573. That's a good observation, Martin.
Nice comment. Nice comment.
Weather has been a factor for Sonny at times. And what happens to him when it's just humid and muggy, it's just wet all the time?
Everything's just wet.
No. Well, it's hot in a lot of these cities in the summer. Maybe Atlanta would be right up there among the hottest, but
Maybe San Francisco would be good because it's not as hot.
not as hot.
Is that a factor?
Or a dome somewhere.
But if he does leave, Doug pointed out in the break, you're a little thin in the old rotation. Michaelis leaves, although he's willing to come back, he said.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, we did an interview last week. He would love to come back. He said, I don't know what they're thinking. I was like, probably not. Probably not. But he's open to it. But take away Michaelis, take away Sonny Gray, I would suggest you might be taking Palante away from that job. But you've got Libator and McGreevy. Even if a Quinn Matthews does well in spring and makes the rotate, you're going to need a few more arms there.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
More than a few.
At the minimum, you need 2 new starting pitchers. At the bare minimum. I don't know if the guy they just drafted, number 1,
Liam Doyle.
Liam Doyle, if he'll be ready, why not? He'd be 22, 23 by now.
A lot of teams are doing it.
Throws 100 miles an hour. Bring him up.
See, I'm of the opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, that Cardinal fans would, and actually I think will, but I'll start with the would embrace a full-scale rebuild. I really do think so. Now, I think there is, and they'll be vocal in part because they just think that the DeWitts should go Steve Cohen and take losses because they have money and therefore should lose money to fund the baseball team. But I think that if there is a clear message, which is what they said at that press conference last October, but then they didn't execute, that they were going to begin this transition to a youth movement, and then they really did have a youth movement going on, that people would be excited about it. I think the Blues were able to pull that off to an extent, and they were historically bad about 20 years ago, a little less than that. In addition to the reason why I think they will is I do think in part the Mozeliak factor will no longer be there. And I do think there were a good number of people who just were like, okay, this organization clearly isn't committed to winning because they keep him there and I don't like him. And so if it is a whole new era with new players who they understand aren't going to be there, but the come grow with us model that the Blues employed back in the Oshie years, that I think people would be more on board with that than if they saw the same guys out there just occupying space.
Yeah, if Weatherholt goes 0 for 4, it's different than Gorman going 0 for 4. And I think Heim's talking points, which would be a great text inbox, just gained traction because Springfield won the Texas League last night. So he can say, listen, we've got talent coming. That's a couple years away. I think that helps when the conversation shifts a little more towards a rebuild. They were always trying patchwork. Kyle Gibson, Lance Lynn, that was patchwork. They thought at the time that made sense. They thought 23 was a blip. Others saw it as a trend. But I think, yes, if you go younger, typically that would be, the DeWitts are cheap. I think fans would be excited instead of always trying to just grab kind of a journeyman pitcher, a name that's been out there but probably is on the other side of their career, and you throw extra money at them. I don't think that's what people want to see anymore.
Caller Buzz, and he won the TMA Listener of the Month in June 2023. I hate to do this, honestly. I would rather leave my wife, but I disagree with Tim. I think the patience is gone, and these past 3 years should have been the rebuild in a lot of people's minds. That's from Caller Buzz. Well, I share that. I think 2023 being a rebuild is a little bit of revisionist history, excuse me, because they were coming off of a 90-plus win season that I think is more remembered now for Albert Pujols getting to 700 home runs than how good that team was, and also the fact that the organization was aggressive at the deadline in acquiring Jordan Montgomery and Jose Quintana, but it's ignored because of the hackneyed best-of-3 playoff series that Major League Baseball set up to cloak its economic disparities. So a great team that won a division had a 24-hour stay in Major League Baseball's postseason after 6 months of regular season games, so that's forgotten. again. However, 2023, I recall saying it right here, a little Jackie Papers. I know you're busy and low on the Adderall over there today, but remember we were talking about the Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt? Ship them out. July 2023.
Oh, yeah.
And remember the article in the Los Angeles Times that Nolan Arenado said he would waive his no-trade clause? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that's great. And Cardinal fans refused to believe it was true, and they attacked the writer because there's no possible way. So
Jorge Castillo, I believe was his
and
name.
we actually had him on the program, and he was condemned as just making up the story. What a strange moment
Remember
that
it
was
vividly.
in
Yeah.
St. Louis sports history.
What was so shocking about the report that the Dodgers would have interest?
That
or
Arenado would go there.
Right. Why is that shocking?
I have no idea, but
He's
that was a
from-
really weird week. And also, there were other people in St. Louis media calling it a lie. And I thought the whole thing was just strange. Like, the guy's from there. It's a great team. This team's in last place. He's not 25 years old. I realize it's a quick adjustment in going from what he was in 2022 and what the team was in 2022. I also think sometimes some St. Louisans just take personal offense if a guy doesn't either want to play here or a guy doesn't want to stay here, because this is not Los Angeles or South Florida. So,
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
oh, man, no question. So anyway, you had that. That was the opportunity there. So I couldn't agree more. I of that opinion.
That would be a good. Maybe it's an off-air disclosure.
Well, he denied it at that time.
No, but I'm saying even with Mozeliak, was it close to being? What was the offer? How close was it to actually going through? Mm-hmm. Whether Arenado, I'm sure would have, in a heartbeat, said to the Dodgers for sure. Did the Cardinals have a legitimate offer and then they got cold feet? That I'm not sure.
Yeah. So point being, I agree. But to say that they should have been in rebuild mode going into 2023, that would be super revisionist. I mean, considering they came off, I think they won 92 in 2022 and won a division. And as Mozeliak said when he was in here, I believe it was Mozeliak who said it, but it might have been Wainwright or Brad Thompson when they were on the same day. When you looked at the postseason, you go, you got a best of three and you got to face Wheeler and Nola. That's going to be tough. And unfortunately, that's what wound up playing out.
Well, if they do indeed go with
You sound exasperated, Doug. You just sound exasperated.
It was kind of a slightly different topic, but if they do go with the youth movement, they're really going to have to clean house completely, because they don't have a whole lot of players right now that would fit into that. A lot of the guys that, at least I get the sense that these are kind of guys that just been there a year or two, they're just now coming around. A lot of them are actually in their prime years right now, like Donovan and Newt Barr and Pages is 20. A lot of these guys are late 20s already. So you're going to have to really start over completely. Herrera is still young. He's at 25. So JC's only 23. Can you count on Gorman and Walker are you going to put up with another year of that? How long do you go with those two before you just wipe the deck clean completely?
What if Donovan said, "At my age, I need out. I want to go to a winning. I want to go to a winning organization."
But don't you kind of get the feel like, well, this is kind of a new guy, Brendan Donovan? He's not. He's about to turn. He'll be 29 next year.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck in the middle, where he's a very good player, but the franchise is in transition, and so maybe by the time they're actually a little more competitive, where is he in his career? I think he's in a tough spot.
Tim, that right?
Not great.
Tim, that right there is why I don't think most would be on board with a rebuild. We're talking about the same people who discredited that LA Times Arenado story. I don't think those same people can understand a rebuild. That's from Al in Dadeville. I don't know. I think, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying there would be unanimous support. What does have unanimous support? But I think if there is a clear message, which there was last year with the press conference, but the issue was Mozeliak was returning, and then they weren't able to really turn the roster over. There was nothing done last offseason, all due respect to Michael Hellman.
Friend of the show.
That's correct.
Who turned out to be a pretty decent player somewhere
Yeah,
else.
he's hit a cold streak here
Again.
recently with the Rangers in Arlington in their warehouse.
Well, I think Walker and Gorman have really set him back. They really had. It's the take. They really had high
That is
hopes,
a take.
and who wouldn't, that these two would be middle of the order, big time difference making players. And unfortunately, neither one of them is. So what do you do now? These are first round draft picks that got a lot of money with extremely high expectations, And so far, it has not worked out, to say the least. So where do you go now? If you're going to rebuild, you're just going to trade everybody? I'm not sure St. Louis would embrace that, really. I'm not sure they would.
Well, I
think we're pretty spoiled about having good teams.
I certainly agree with that part. I think it's also, if you have somebody with the proper messaging, and I do believe, based on the limited time we saw from Chaim Bloom at that press conference, and we're going to have a whole lot better idea come Tuesday when he addresses the media of where he visualizes the organization going, both in the short and long term, but then how he communicates it. Again, one of the standout moments for me, and it happened, I guess it was 2 or 3 years ago, was when Doug Armstrong said, hey, we're probably a wild card team. But you never know. You get into the playoffs and weird things can happen. And I'm like, man, this is a guy who knows that he has equity with the fan base when he can sit there and say that before a season and just flat out say it. And also with his roster. And I think a healthy percentage, I know not everybody, people find that authenticity endearing and something that they can invest in, as opposed to being told one thing and then seeing the actions be something different. And unfortunately, over the last few years, I think that's where a lot of Cardinal fans are, with moves that didn't make sense or inability to make moves that would have made sense. Either way, whatever it was, you can call it a rebuild over the last couple of years, but you still were trotting out people who are not going to be part of the true return to success whenever it may come.
Sell them all. Bring in the kids from the 636. And then the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer Tim says, bah, stop the whining and bitching. There's football now.
Oh.
So enough.
Okay.
Doug, there's football now.
I know there is.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that's what he said.
Okay, all right. Stop
and
it,
he's
Huffer.
huffing the Bridgeton landfill?
That's correct. You can engage in the conversation by going to youtube.com/TMASTL. John Cusick's talking to Spicy Sow and the JCPenney chat support. Good to have JCPenney chat support engaged with the Hunter and Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter. And the Pope is in there, not the actual one. But a guy who can really roll the rock. Did he play junior college golf somewhere?
I don't know. I got to do show prep.
Yeah, you got to do show prep. You can email him.
Here's another one, Tim. Can we talk Missouri football now? That's from Big Steve. You got UMass. The Minutemen are rolling into town.
Yeah, we will talk about it because Eli Drinkwitz was on Paul Feinbaum. And he was talking it over, Martin. This will be right up your alley. We've got that coming up for you, in addition to the Ryder Cup festivities, which will absolutely anger people because it involves golf, and then there's the undercurrents of socioeconomic issues that come with the text. So those can be sent in at 314-399-9646, or you can text in at 314-399-9646, or the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is where you can gather. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Oh, look at the forecast this weekend. Oh, how do you do?
Looks perfect.
Hello. I mean, just glorious conditions after a couple days of rain. Wonderful weather in the St. Louis area. Get out with your friends and enjoy the outdoors with a Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's Michelob Ultra, longtime sponsor of TMA. We'll take a break, come back with more here on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to go to if you're in the market for a new vehicle. It's also the place to go where you can learn more about how the credit industry works. They've got a free playbook. You're able to download that. Go to the website, scroll down, download the playbook, get yourself a new car, and educate yourself along the way. They're going to get you into a new vehicle no matter what your situation, no matter what your circumstance. Little to no money down. Also, the best rate possible. They do that by working with over 50 different lenders. Autoloanpro.com, that's the website. Financing a car gets a little complicated. The only thing you need to know is to choose the pro. Auto Loan Pro. Making that large purchase can get complicated, especially if you had a hiccup along the way. Auto Loan Pro gets you back on track and into a new vehicle. So check out the selection online. Learn more by downloading the free playbook and end up in a new vehicle. Autoloanpro.com. They're part of the Lita family. Get online, get that car, and learn along the way by downloading that playbook.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. A little Thursday night football action for you right here on 101 ESPN this evening. Cardinals, Seahawks, pregame at 6:30 p.m., kickoff at 7:15. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
You like this one?
I remember when this was a big hit, believe it or not.
I played it for you.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Boogie Nights?
Yeah, is that very, very prevalent in Boogie Nights?
Heather Graham.
Yes. She's wearing a kind of a one-piece, and I have the same one.
You have the same one piece?
Yeah.
Man, that's hot.
What?
What kind of
Don't
one
kink
piece you
shame,
talking
boys. Don't kink shame.
Just
Real
clarity. I'm just
close.
asking for
Right.
clarity.
I also wear a lot of roller skates.
Naughty.
Let me get this straight. You're doing a lot of roller skating wearing a one piece?
Yeah, and look over you with those judgmental eyes.
You like that Ocean Eyes by Billie Eilish?
I like that song.
What about Phineas and the Favors with Ash?
That's her brother / producer, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But now he's got his own band with Ash.
Who's Ash?
The
Ash Ketchum from Pokemon?
correct.
All right, nice. Got to catch them all, Doug. Doug, were people really roller skating a lot back in the 70s?
A whole lot more than today. They didn't have roller blades.
Right,
There were like roller
the quads.
cades. There were roller cades where people would go and skate and be kind of a party
But
place.
not around the neighborhood. You would go to the rink, the roller rink.
Yeah. But you go back a generation before that, and I think a lot of people did.
Well, they had
People roller
the
skated.
Sonic where you would the
roller
the
skating
waitresses. Yeah,
that's
it's
kinda
dangerous.
Jackson's mustache makes him look like central casting for Boogie Nights. That's Eric in the Central West End.
Yeah, Todd Parker.
Your thoughts on Todd Parker, 314-399-9646. That is the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Open up your YouTube app, type in TMASTL, subscribe to the channel, and join the 6,110 people who have subscribed to the channel and 226 who are in there right now, and talk it over. Doug and Jackson have matching outfits. I thought Doug, nope.
How do you figure?
Let me see.
I guess we're both
kind
wearing
of do a little bit.
quarter zips, but different colors. Doug has a kind of classic, it's an Oxford shirt underneath.
Sure.
A Doug staple, whereas I have a black T-shirt.
Yeah, I don't
I got a TM. I'm saying it's the temperature in here is perfect.
Yeah,
it's
right
very
now.
rare.
Right now, yeah.
Wow, because
It's like,
I dress in layers, like we're out in San Francisco here.
yeah, you bring a wrap.
I got this TMASTL t-shirt.
Wrap.
I don't know if you can see it. I'm so tiny. I'm on these.
Yeah.
I got 7-inch lifts in today. 7-inch lifts.
Have you packed your slippers with lifts for Vegas?
That's correct. I'll be walking around the hallway in a robe and slippers with lifts.
Have you looked into those things that drywall installers put on the bottom of the feet
Oh, yeah,
so
that
they
wouldn't
can
be
reach the
bad.
ceiling?
Just permanent ones?
Yeah, they're like mini little stilts,
Nice.
like maybe
Yeah, I know
3
what you're
feet
talking
so
about.
they can
Yeah.
reach the ceiling.
That'd be a good move.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad move at all. You can also call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. MD 2020 says, my family is having a party this Saturday to celebrate Tim's birthday.
Oh.
Do people do that?
This fella apparently does.
Will it be
MD
referenced
2020?
to the Ryder Cup, do you think?
I'd like to. I watched the opening ceremonies, which were hosted by Carson Daly, parentheses, WTF. Little lackluster, candidly.
Well, it's an
Carson
NBC,
Daly?
but it's an NBC vehicle,
He
right?
sure gets
The
a lot
event?
of big jobs.
They moved it up because it's raining all day in New York.
What was it, 4 p.m.?
It was supposed to be
Eastern?
today, and then they'll announce tomorrow's matches, which they usually do at the opening ceremonies. It was a little rough. It was a little lackluster, I guess, for all the hype about what it's going to be like for the Europeans to deal with it. Maybe it's because they moved it up, so it was kind of similar to the Missouri-Louisiana thing.
Was there a practice round being played beforehand?
I think guys were out there getting work in.
Okay.
Ian Poulter, Doug, who's not on the European Ryder Cup team, has upset some New Yorkers and American golf fans with these comments that he made on a podcast that he was doing with European player Tyrrell Hatton. Take a listen to this, if you would. He goes after the United States of America, brother, and I
Oh,
know
no.
you love this nation. You're not going to be happy with Poulter.
Probably not. Come on, Pulte.
American golf fans are better than European golf fans.
I don't even know where to start. There's no, I mean, mashed potato and all that that you hear is madness. In the hole, get in the hole. It's a 600-yard par 5, you idiot.
Oh, come on.
You ever turned around and said that?
I actually just want to borrow the taser or like the security guard just to let one go per hole would be amazing. Imagine that, you got one taser per hole. That'd be awesome. How good, right between the eyes. Have it.
You've actually thought this through.
Has the heckling gone too far then?
It's not heckling, it's just complete and utter embarrassing stupidity. We don't get that in the Open Championship. You don't get it anywhere. Like, it's only in America the stupidness comes out.
Wow.
Doug, Ian, Poulter.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to argue with some of that.
So you do.
We do have a lot of stupidity, for sure. A lot of it. And I wouldn't...
and you're saying that on this show?
Yeah, and I wouldn't be opposed to the golfers getting one taser per hole. Tell me I wouldn't liven up the broadcast. Who's going to get it?
I understand the critique of big fat guy. No! Even though it's kind of fun. What was the mashed potato critique? And in between the F-bombs,
somebody's hitting a driver, some, person will yell mashed potatoes.
They'll yell mashed potatoes.
I wonder what they thought when people were yelling free totem.
I think that was a high water mark for the PGA Championship, so much so that they moved it from August to May going forward. Well, the Bethpage fans were made aware of Ian Poulter's comments, and Doug, here is the response of the New Yorkers to Ian Poulter.
I'm sure they handled it well.
How do the fans feel about those remarks? Let's go find out.
First of all, welcome to Long Island. We call them flids, right? Effing Long Island douche. And that's how we roll. That's that. That's my take on that one. Nothing against Europeans, but you're going to come to my home course, we're going to let you have it.
He's soft. Can't handle it. Can't handle the pressure. Well, he's soft. I'll throw it right back at him.
Is patriotism stupid?
I got nothing to say to that. If you can't take it, then don't come. Yeah, stay home.
Ian ought to take a look in the mirror. Have you watched him over the past Ryder Cups? He stomps and yells and makes faces. So, he's entitled to his opinion. He's been a great player, but Ian, you got to look in the mirror, man.
Bunch of ridiculous. It's the passion that makes the fans great. That's the USA.
And that's what we do, here to be loud, here to be proud, here to support the team. And Ian, I hope you eat a nice slice of humble pie.
They crushed us many years in a row, so all respect, but that's ridiculous.
Right. Just certified clown, that dude. Come on.
I think he should learn to adjust to his environment. Deal with it.
Right.
Step up.
You know what you got when you come here, right? We have passionate fans. We have passionate fans everywhere. You want to come here to this place. You decided you want to come to play at Bethpage Black. You have to deal with whatever comes with it. And welcome to Long Island, like I said.
See, Poulter was right. He was absolutely right.
He was just proven correct.
Come to Long Island, we'll give it to you. Yeah.
Certified clown.
I like that term, certified clown. That might be a drop. Jackson, I know you love Long Island, and I know you love Europe. How do you respond?
Oh yeah, in a tough spot.
To Poulter's comments, yeah, I'm sure it probably gets annoying on the mashed potato or getting the whole stuff when you play 4 rounds a week in America every week for 10, 15 years. I can imagine that.
Well, then don't come back. You stay on your side of the water.
Poulter's always been a kind of prickly guy. He's had issues before with other players, with fans. So it doesn't surprise me it comes from him. I think some guys are just better at compartmentalizing it. But I wouldn't say it's a U.S. thing exclusively. But maybe some areas of the country are more apt to that than others.
If I had to guess, I think he used the mashed potato thing as a little joke. But what gets annoying are the loudmouth, smart-alecky fans everywhere you go in a place like New York. That's probably what really gets them.
Yeah, I would bet people being like, I bet you to beat Xander today. Don't mess up. Don't screw up. I bet that's probably more annoying.
Yeah.
It's what do you think I'm trying to do out here, man?
You can imagine the comments you would get from a New York-based gallery.
What was he? This will get to play 11 and 12 downwind instead of against the wind. 8. Just 2 to go for Tiger.
We infiltrated it too.
Yeah. That wouldn't bother you much right after you hit, would it?
Come on, babe. Put the bag down.
That would bother. Oh, that's what they're going to do to the fans.
Yeah. They're going to do that for the singles matches on Sunday.
I'd be all in favor of that.
Was Poulter was he asked specifically about the Ryder Cup crowd or just American golfer
They were
fans?
just talking about it in general, but it was a Ryder Cup-esque podcast with Poulter, who's synonymous with the Ryder Cup from the European side, a guy who, to his credit, would always play above what his normal ability was individually in the PGA at the Ryder Cup, and then Hatton, who's also fiery. I could see him getting feisty this weekend if there was a guy to keep an eye on, and he doesn't hold back. He gets pissed at himself, if anything. But if he has somebody's going to say, I mean, something's going to happen this weekend.
For sure.
You're going to have a bunch of drunk New York sports fans. Plus, because it's in New York as opposed to Whistling Straits, where it was the last time it was in the United States, which is a little more difficult to get to, you know, if you live in, take your pick of whatever European city, you know, in Western Europe anyway, it's not really that difficult to get to. It's a relatively quick flight. You just fly into
6-hour flights in New York.
Take your pick, and now you're sitting there. And so there was a lot of European representation at Carson Daly's opening ceremonies yesterday.
And you don't like the fact that Carson Daly was.
I was a little surprised that Carson Daly got the gig.
But the Ryder Cup is on NBC, correct?
I understand that.
No, I'm just
but
saying
I would
that's got to be why. Not that it still makes sense, but I.
What does he do for NBC?
He's on the Today Show, kind of.
He's the host of The Voice
and Total Request Live.
He gets big jobs. And I don't really get it. You know, he's smooth and he's professional and everything, but there's not a whole lot of. There's not a big personality there or anything, really.
It was confusing in the late 1990s, so it was a little alarming when I'm like, I'm doing some work. I'll turn on the Ryder Cup here, opening ceremonies. I knew they moved it up. Ladies and gentlemen, Carson Daly. What in the hell?
Yeah.
My knowledge of him is like pretty much exclusively when Eminem name dropped him in, was that Without Me or Real Slim Shady?
Eminem name dropped Carson Daly Without
the
Me
Real
or
Slim
the Real
Shady?
Slim Shady?
I don't know what Carson Daly's background was to have gotten all these jobs in the first place. What did he do?
He was on that TRL, right?
There you go. Total Request Live on MTV. The kids would call in for what music videos they'd want to play, and they'd all gather out there in Times Square.
And he would start
the Ryder Cup intros.
He would say, "It's raining out, so we'll take lots of calls," and then people would load him up, and former casino dealers would call in.
He's kind of a Ryan Seacrest type of character, type of job.
You know what? I get it. I like that. I like the analogy. I can tell, and I don't really know how to be able to tell. I think Ryan Seacrest brings more to the table.
Oh, yeah. He's got a lot more personality.
But in terms of roles, yes. Zip, no.
Go back and if it's actually, I would tell you this is worth it. Look at the Rome opening ceremonies of the Ryder Cup. You'll see the difference. And that is my recommendation for a little YouTube hunting for Friends of the Feather here. You'll see it.
Who would you like to have seen host that instead?
I mean, if you're going, Martin, off the premise that it's got to be NBC, then I think you would go with somebody like Mike Tirico.
No way we can get Stephen A. Smith in there.
Is he over at NBC also?
No, but he's everywhere else. Michael Strahan also is on every network all the time.
He is.
Orlovsky? I saw Strahan was playing.
Orlovsky. God. The TMA group text would have been blowing up if Orlovsky walked out there in the suit with the tennis shoes.
Been great.
All right, here's my top 5 golfers, but we're going to break it down to 6 different categories, okay? Puttability, number 1 for me, okay? Composure on the tee box, number 2.
But he has like a hard out because he has to be on ESPN News in 10 minutes.
Did Keegan Bradley F up Tim? He said Justin Rose, and he meant Justin Leonard in his
in
comments.
1999.
Apparently he referenced the wrong Justin.
Yes.
And then our guy, Luke Donald, what he said that they don't need the money over there. He took a swipe at the Americans for getting paid.
They're not getting paid,
even though they give it to charity.
Yes, they get $500,000.
I like it, though. It's got a little bit of the WWE vibe going into the weekend.
I think it's more likely something happens with a fan and a European player. That'll be my prediction.
Yeah.
But last year or 2 years ago, I guess you had the thing with Cantlay and him not wearing a hat, and then you got the thing with Joe LaCava, who's Tiger's caddy at the Masters, getting in a fight with Rory, and then Rory was out there screaming at him.
I kind of like that better. I kind of like the players
getting in a war with the caddies.
Yeah, or just like players being mad at each other. Like
somebody's going to scream in somebody's backswing or something like that, and all hell's going to break loose. It'll be good entertainment.
I feel like mashed potatoes going to yield more now because of this.
Carson Daly is a doughy silver spoon D-bag who grew up playing Cypress Point. Take your teleprompter and go home. That's from the 314.
Oh, that's a little harsh.
Take your teleprompter and go home.
Well, like I said, he's smooth and very professional, of course, and a likable guy. He's just not a real big personality, I don't think. I think John Daly would have done a heck of a job as the host.
What about Craig
Cigarette in
from
his
the Today
hand.
Show? Remember they celebrated Craig for a couple of hours once?
You can get involved on the program. Text in 314-399-9646. You can call in as well, 314-974-0101. And then email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Riot's dad leading by 3 over Midge and Buck Swope. Martine's brother Bill Gradica, not Grammatica. Grandpa Lick, Stephen Wildwood, Dirk 3K, and Misty Plops all with 1 win apiece. You are welcome to compete against them by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Only a few more days in the month of September. Riot's dad could clinch the month of September with a win today. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, and I'm a client as well. If you have any issues with your HVAC system, go to designairservice.com. The forecast is glorious here over the next 8 days. Doug, no precipitation, highs in the upper 70s, low 80s. Just enjoy the conditions. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp, the longest running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. They're coming out to my place to tune up the furnace for the cold weather months. Love working with Design Air and have been now for a decade myself. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It's TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan to talk about aesthetic design and build. If you have built with aesthetic design and build a customized outdoor living space, you will be handsomely rewarded here over the next 10 days with an incredible forecast in the St. Louis metropolitan area. And if you haven't, this is a perfect time to work with them and get yourself set up for next year. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley that I have been to personally. Really impressive. All of the different options that you can see firsthand at that showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola, or even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they really do have answers for it all. And they are a design company at their core, and they can think outside the box and offer really unique solutions for you in the designs for your outdoor living projects. The number is 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you. Aw, Doug.
This is music, folks. This is it.
Ba-da-da. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Show is presented by Brown and Crouppen. We are here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. I'll be vacationing in the Hamptons, Jackson's parents' place. Kind of, they always do a fun thing with Billy Joel and Carly Simon in the last weekend of September. And so...
still doing that.
Yeah, I know. And so we're going to go up there and watch that show. And I'm also planning the Shinnecock member guest as a member. So that's where I will be back on the air next Wednesday. So I will be off the next few programs, and I'll keep everybody updated on how we're playing in the Shinnecock member guest. It's fun. The Calcutta goes up to 1.8 million. So
I told you I had a guy ask me once, last time Jackson went on vacation, he says, how does Jackson get enough money to vacation in the Hamptons?
It's tough.
And the purple Mini Cooper, which I fell for.
Looking around the cat named Kitty Bates.
I was looking around the parking lot for your car one day. I'm like, where's the purple?
Yeah, no. Sometimes it's a little bit of theater, but
Doug, do you call it kayfabe or do you call it kayfob?
I never say that. I never used the word.
I'm not even sure what that is.
Chairman Kerr, we talk about it I feel like once a week. Chairman Kerr just waved us off. He's done with it.
The word means like the wresting fake story.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, right there. Bo.
I said fake, didn't I?
Larry Nickel will be on 314-974-0101. The Pope says Tim looks so good, and that T-shirt really shows his chiseled pecs. That's from the Pope. Yeah, you can get it at tmastlshop.com. I mean, you won't look as good, but you can get it.
It's impossible.
It's also a boys' medium, so that's another problem for most of them.
You don't shop in the boys' section. Plowsy used to shop in the boys' section.
Well, the man we weighed him, he weighed $117, so it's kind of understandable.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, that was an upset, because I think I had him at like $140.
Yeah, he was telling us he was like 130.
Because he's like 5'11". He's darn near 6 feet.
Yeah.
He's got the body of every supermodel in Paris.
He's got like hollow...
5'11", 115 pounds.
Hollow bones, like a bird.
Eggplant emojis in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat saying that Jackson has a trust fund that could pay off the national debt.
Boy, I wish. Wouldn't that be sweet?
Yeah, sure would be.
Literally
what do you do with your day? You just play ball striking. That's all you do.
All I do.
You've got one day with a trust fund. What are you doing?
Withdrawing.
You wouldn't work at all if you didn't have to?
I'm sure I'd figure something out.
You just wouldn't do this.
Well, something like, what'd Mo say? Maybe charity, maybe hang out. I don't know. I'd probably be
charity and stuff.
Yeah, I do believe in it.
Let's see. Can Handsome Jack give us a college football fashion preview for this weekend? What is Mizzou wearing and how should St. Louis feel about it? That's from Dandy Down. What do you think they'll be going with? It's a homecoming game.
Yeah. They'll go back to the Block M.
That'd be 3 out of 4 games.
Drink has been on record saying he prefers the Block M to the Oval Tiger.
Well, he runs the athletic department, so he can get that legislation passed.
Yeah.
For homecoming, they should go back to a way back when vintage uniform. You know, like how sometimes the Packers will wear a uniform that looks like it came out of 1920.
Yeah.
It'd kind of be cool if they did that on a homecoming weekend.
Illinois did something similar last year.
Oh yeah, the black and white
mixed
video
reviews.
Yeah,
with the leather helmet kind of design.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
I thought it was a bold choice and it was cool. But I know some people didn't like it. I would be on board with that just for a one game kind of throwback.
Missouri laying 44.5 to UMass for the Saturday night game that I don't even think Missouri fans will be watching, considering Oregon and Penn State will be playing at the same time, as will Georgia and Alabama. Between the hedges, where Alabama, it's now a 3-point spread, but I was surprised it's that low. Georgia's a 3-point favorite. Eli Drinkwitz was on Paul Feinbaum yesterday, Jackson. What do we have here?
I don't know if this is real, a joke, K-fob.
What is it, K-fob? Chairman Kurt's getting angry now.
I think it's Fabe.
But this is on maybe a different preseason for the NFL and college football.
I think the only other way that we could generate more money is if we would just schedule a preseason game with an NFL team. And that would generate great ratings too, and be even tougher on our programs. I mean, I'm right here with the Chiefs.
Okay.
Maybe we could get an August, preseason game with them.
Who are you going to put on Kelsey, though, is the question.
Well, we can't cover Kelsey or stop Mahomes, but I'll say this. I don't know that Mahomes moves as good as Sellers does these days. I mean, that sucker's a real test in this league. I mean, you got Green at Arkansas. You got Mateer at OU. I mean, this thing ain't no joke anymore. And you're going to play all 16 of them.
Did he used to talk like that? This thing ain't no joke no
I think
more.
he's dialed it up a little this year. I think the SEC twang has been dialed
him of calling
up.
Brian Kelly?
Kind of. I don't remember him talking like that.
At least
when
he's
he
not
got
from
here.
Boston.
He is from Arkansas. Yeah. We'll give him that. So was the topic how to kind of schedule with the
I think there was a lot of talk yesterday. There were a number of coaches who did their press conference yesterday. Drinkwitz was 2 days ago, and he was on Feinbaum talking about the schedule. So, I mean, amongst other things, certainly. And so he made the joke that they'll play the Chiefs in the preseason. And Jackson, you think that's kayfabe?
I guess. I don't know. It's Feinbaum show's odd. People act differently when they go on Feinbaum.
Like they're performing.
I guess. Yeah.
That's the big stage.
That's a good read.
Yeah.
And you got a good Feinbaum chuckle out of it, too.
If the Chiefs did play Mizzou, would the score be similar to Mizzou playing UMass?
Yeah. It would just be how much the Chiefs want to put on.
It'd probably be worse, right?
It would be them choosing to pour it on or take the foot off the gas.
The problem is and I guess he was kidding, but it would never happen because the Chiefs wouldn't put out their regular roster for an exhibition.
Never happen, of course. I'm just talking about quality of players.
Yeah, hypothetically, they would pour it on as much as they wanted.
Because there's a couple of Mizzou players that could play for the Chiefs.
Right.
I wonder how many UMass players could play for Mizzou. Probably a couple.
Yeah.
Big Steve says they already announced they're wearing yellow. Come on, guys. Jackson, is that right?
They've already announced her. I haven't seen
I'm on Power Mizzou right now, the Colonel's message board, Tiger's Lair, and I would feel like that would get attention.
Yeah, I'm on Mizzou Football's Twitter account where they usually put out things like that. And I am not seeing...
Would you like all yellow?
It's a gold out because it's homecoming. So maybe they would go gold jersey, but I still think block M helmet. Maybe they go gold jersey, black pants. It's my least favorite of their
I don't like that.
Their looks, but I have not seen anything official.
Did they wear that against Georgia in 2014 and Nick Chubb ran wild? Am I right on that?
You asking me the years, bro?
But that would have been the anthracite era, would it not?
The anthracite era.
And what a time it was.
For homecoming, I want to see an old man on the sidelines with a raccoon coat and a megaphone waving a pennant that says college. That's what I want to see.
What was Drink's prop? He had a box with him Tuesday.
It was the original football from the first homecoming game.
That's right. That's what it was, the original football. Okay.
Pretty cool, actually. I think that's... I mean, the claim to fame that Mizzou invented homecoming is probably a little bit oversold, but it's still cool. Well, I mean, a little bit.
Bo!
The idea of people coming to your college to hang out, I don't know.
Well, who else would get credit for it?
No, I'm not saying that they don't get credit for it. I just don't think it's this is a far cry from Alexander Graham Bell.
As far as inventions go.
Right. No, it's not up there with the invention of the telephone. I don't think anyone's claiming that it is. It's just it was an organized.
I invented the fried donut.
Gold Rush? Not gold out, you idiot. I swear you didn't go to Mizzou. That's from Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer, and he's not happy with Jackson calling it a gold out.
Okay. That's so weird.
To be bothered by that.
Imagine sending out that, writing out the text and hitting send. Put yourself in that shit. It says wear gold, so.
Guys, I was at that Nick Chubb game, and running wild is an understatement. Doug, Nick Chubb had a big day for the Georgia Bulldogs, who I think they're talking about it being a blackout in Athens this Saturday.
Oh.
So I think Georgia might be going with black uniforms. Doug, do you have a problem with that?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. I like their uniforms the way they are.
I don't know about that for Georgia. Although it looks, they've changed their profile picture to black Georgia emblem.
Was it weird if the fans are all wearing gold and the team's wearing yellow?
Most of the gear being sold around the team is now yellow, so that was also adjusted.
Weird.
Multiple texts in that Illinois also claims to have started.
That is
homegrown.
correct.
The horny banker.
I think it's banker, but Jackson hasn't changed it.
No,
He's
I did.
upset about it.
No, I did.
It's not the baker, it's the banker, and you changed it. Jackson's beer pool is also in there saying the same thing. The Alino. How about that? That just ratchets up the rivalry.
Agreed.
It's funny, you guys are trying to remember when the last time they wore gold jerseys and black pants, but it was literally against Memphis not too long ago. It's from Big Steve.
Oh, that's not that funny. It's not funny at all.
Well, we weren't looking at like when the last time they wore gold is. But Tim was referencing the 2014 Georgia game, which they did wear gold jerseys, black helmet. And that was the black helmet where the tiger like wrapped around the helmet.
Yeah, don't need that. Don't
bad
need
era.
it.
That is a bad era.
You've got a great helmet. Just stick with it.
Yeah, that was a bad era. But in fairness, a lot of teams were doing a lot of crap. Mizzou was not alone in the weird uniform era of the early teens.
And I don't know that it's really about selling the merchandise that much, because when you go in the stores, it's all pretty much the same jerseys that are always there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see 15 different Mizzou jerseys that they wear. I see a gold or a black.
Mm-hmm.
It's for recruiting.
They don't really have 3 jerseys, black, gold, and white. They don't really have any other
they wear
jerseys.
all kinds of different looking uniforms.
you can wear different combinations, like with pants and helmets, but they only have 3 jerseys, 3 pants.
Doug, Mizzou's Golden Girls wear the correct gold color. That's from Professor Roy Hinckley.
Yeah,
You agree with that?
I would agree with that,
Okay.
yes.
So then Missouri would look a little like Vanderbilt.
Well, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Or they look like us. Yeah, I'd rather look like Mizzou than look like LSU. Okay, that went over like a lead balloon, but that's what I would rather see.
I was just letting
because
people
for
absorb the
decades,
thought.
For decades, they had their own distinct look.
Give me your fucking feet.
Everyone thought it was fine.
Jeez.
Sometimes I come up with a hot take, and it's met with absolute stone cold silence.
I just don't know what to say. I don't have the same issue with it as you do. Like I at all. Like I think they look good. Like I think Mizzou always looks good.
They look good this past Saturday.
I think Mizzou always looks good. Like even on
Jackson's going to be on Tiger Talk next week.
well, even on like their down games, I'm like, you know what? I still like the uniforms.
Yellow bumblebee anthracite.
They haven't worn anthracite in a decade
copycat.
or more. They haven't worn anthracite in forever.
Are you a Mizzou nationalist? After
No,
all?
not at all. I just like the uniforms.
You got a Twitter account going?
And I honestly kind of prefer the shift to yellow over gold. It's my. I think the gold looks old. Like the way the gold, like when Notre Dame wears gold, it looks kind of old.
Tradition.
Old. Yeah, that's right. But I don't like when they wear the pants.
The yellow looks new, and
I don't like the
gold
yellow
looks
pants.
old.
I don't like the yellow pants. If it was gold pants, maybe I'd be more into it. But the yellow pants, I don't.
Why do you hate Armageddon and Arrowhead?
No, I like the gold pants. But
but they wore yellow pants against KU in that game.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Okay.
I don't think it's
so
good.
you do hate Armageddon and Arrowhead.
So full of
I love
hate.
the win.
Alan Dadeville says Georgia's not going to be wearing black. He says they do this once a year for a big game, ask the crowd to wear black, and then everyone wants black jerseys against Bama until they remember the last time they did it in 2008. Saban bent them over with a sandpaper finish.
Oh.
That's from Alan Dadeville, and I guess it didn't go well for the Bulldogs in 2008
I didn't
against
like
Alabama.
that sandpaper finish comment.
You know, this is the first time that Alabama has been to Athens with Kirby Smart as the head coach of Georgia.
Really?
How messed up is that?
So
that's a fun fact for
Just
no one
meet
tell.
in SEC title games?
They've been doing a lot of Atlanta, and then last year they were down in Tuscaloosa.
I guess the East-West thing was always
Yes,
kind of...
that's the issue.
Yeah.
And they weren't in a regular rotation. Just
That's
like
so-
Alabama and LSU won't be playing each other every year.
Right.
And LSU and Florida won't be playing each other every year now.
Yeah, that is odd.
Let's see. The gold looks like a dingy yellow. Not a good look. That's from Boozy.
Okay. I'm concerned about the people in Georgia showing up in all black. This time of year in Georgia, it can still be 95
Let's
degrees.
find out the weather in Athens this weekend.
It's going to be nighttime, though. As Lane Kiffin surmised yesterday, complaining about his game time at 2:30. While Jackson looks that up, I'll tell you about our title sponsor. And the title sponsor is Brown & Crouppen. Online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Terry Crouppen in yesterday talking it over with us. And if you're in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, don't you want a local law law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment. And Brown and Crouppen is a big part of the community. That's why Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman can come into the studio, because they are here. They're not just fielding calls somewhere in another state. They are right here in the St. Louis area. And after an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown and Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. They don't get paid unless you get paid. And when you are a Brown and Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown and Crouppen. Call them at 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Jackson Burkett with an Athens, Georgia forecast.
High of 77 on Saturday with very low chance of precipitation.
Nice.
Yeah.
High of 77. That's surprisingly low for a high.
Yeah. Athens.
Just changed.
This is going to be tough.
Oh, no.
Because I typed in Athens weather, and
no.
We're over in Greece, Doug.
Yeah.
Were we over by the columns?
Saturday will be a high of 78, but the chance of precipitation goes up to 35%.
How fun is that Athens, Greece,
Good
and Athens,
times.
Georgia has the same forecast? That's fun.
Yeah.
It's as fun as when Missouri wore those yellow uniforms against Memphis.
That was funny.
Yeah.
That was when I think that was at the Dome.
What a facility. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email of the day. Send your emails in here on the program and participate in the fun and games. Matt Holliday going to join us on the Stiefel dossier at 9:15. Looking forward to talking it over with Matt the Bat. That is coming up on the program here on your Stiefel dossier. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. What do we got going on here, Pappas?
This is kind of a little change up from the Bee Gees, you know, slow it down a little bit. Let's get a little melody rolling.
Okay.
It's music for Doug today.
Music for Doug. Thank you.
Music for Doug. I played the Tuck Dance song early.
No,
that wasn't for me. That wasn't for me.
That wasn't for Doug.
That was for me.
That was a birthday gift to Tim.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
It's my birthday in 2 days.
Oh, is it really?
Music for Doug feels like an after-school special.
Yeah, I like that. Today on ABC.
Doug's not quite right, so we're going to play some stupid music.
And the whole
that you can
elementary school
understand.
came together to support their friend Doug. And they put on a choir concert.
And we're going to send them to Disney World.
Well, Doug, they're not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Enough about the Cardinals. It's time for Blues hockey. There hasn't been one word about Jimmy Snipes' injury. That's from Park Steak.
I do like pork steaks.
Yeah, I know you do. You get those at Billy G's, right?
I do. Yeah, they're really, really good.
You're pissing me off right now.
My colleague Kevin Ryans was at the
He
rink.
got a great video of that injury.
He was shooting some video, and he said he was isolating on just a couple shots of Jordan Binnington, and he notices a player just goes shooting into the boards right behind Binnington, and it was Jimmy Snipes, who we were talking about on this show yesterday, Jimmy Snuggerud. And I don't know what led to it because all you see is the result where he just hits the boards really hard. And Jim Montgomery said he's day-to-day. He said, and kind of downplaying it, said, just think of it like a bad car wreck. And I thought, that's not really downplaying that to me. He said, he's day-to-day. It's just like a bad car wreck where you get hit from behind really hard. And I'm like, that doesn't sound good.
No.
So it was a scary moment, Tim. I don't know if Monty did the scary.
Oh, yeah, scary.
I don't think he did it.
Kind of lower body injury.
Yeah.
I think of a bad car wreck, and I think of a concussion.
Right.
But
He said
I
bad car
like
wreck.
that it's a lower body, I gather.
Luckily, there's still 2 weeks to go. Didn't it feel like I know they always play preseason games right away. They open camp, then they play. It was like the regular season usually came around a little quicker. We're still at 2 weeks from today till the home opener. Doug's counting it down.
Well, I am, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I love some Blues hockey.
Yeah, I'm legitimately really fired up. I can't recall who we were talking about this with. Might have been Vitale. I don't know. I'm sure somebody in the audience will refresh my memory. But because of the fact that the Cardinals were really a back page story, for lack of a better term, which is such a weird thing to say in St. Louis, for the majority of the year. And I don't think there was a great deal of anticipation for the Cardinals relative to the way that it usually is. If you are not a college football fan, your next chance to get your competitive juices flowing would be the Blues. And so I think that there is a lot more anticipation for this season, in part because of the momentum with which they finished last year, but also some of the young players starting to come into their own, Jimmy Snipes being an example of one of those, but also because that if you're a St. Louis area sports fan, you haven't really had a whole lot going for you.
Yeah, and they played so well in that series against Winnipeg, except for the last minute and a half of it. There was a general feeling that they could easily have won that series. They had that series won, and who knows how far they could have gone. So maybe they were a lot better team than just one and out playoff team.
Think about that stretch. Thursday night, October 9th, is the home opener, and then the 11th, it's Alabama and Mizzou. You got to be pulling hard for Bama to win this weekend. You want them as highly ranked as possible.
I share that opinion big time, sir.
And I don't know if the game day, they don't care what time a game is, but boy,
I think they do.
Wouldn't it help them that it's an early, like if you're ESPN, you don't think so?
No, because you want to do it on the quad, and
so people. Okay, I was thinking they'd be up early, but then they can't get over to the game.
It'd be really hard.
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe all the people who can't get into the game would go to game day.
I don't. I'm not saying that they won't go there because Missouri, 99.99% is going to be undefeated only because of the UMass/bye thing. Alabama could be in a hell of a spot when that thing rolls in. I mean, they have Georgia this Saturday at Athens, and then Vanderbilt. I mean, I would operate on the premise that they would win that. That's in Tuscaloosa. But yes, I agree with you, Martin. If they do beat Georgia and they do beat Vanderbilt, I would imagine they're somewhere around top 7 And Missouri's probably around 15 would be my guess. You do have Texas and Oklahoma that weekend. Texas has to go to the Swamp next week. But, I mean, Oklahoma, I don't know what their situation is going to be without Mateer for a month.
Yeah, and they won't do game day at the State Fair, would they?
Oh, they've done game day there quite a bit.
Have they?
Yeah,
Okay.
they have. Illinois hosts Ohio State that day, but obviously Illinois is going to have a response this weekend against USC in order for that one to have cachet.
I think it's going to be a great game. I think Illinois bounces back, but USC can put up some points. I think it's going to be a really fun game.
What would you do with the 6.5? You got to make a choice. You got to make a play.
Illinois is getting 6.5.
Aye.
Oh boy, that's a tough number. I would honestly stay away. Maybe bet the over, but that seems square.
I took the over on Michigan State, USC.
Yeah, you covered handsomely.
Damn right I did. That's what I do. I'm with the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. Check our record.
I really like the USC quarterback, Jaden Mayava. He's really good. UNLV transfer.
The spread zone brought to you by FanDuel is now up. I just posted it from my Instagram account, and it's up on the TMA YouTube channel, or the 101 ESPN YouTube channel, 105.7 The Point YouTube channel. Riz coming off his 0-7 last week.
Ooh, that's got a smart.
Yeah, he's committed to a bounce back. But this Anthony Stalter is 68% against the spread. That's an insane number.
Seeing the board.
What's that?
He's seeing the board.
He's seeing the board. And I'll tell you what, the game that he wanted to play last week, but he chose Oregon instead. But he said it on the podcast. He really wanted to take Ole Miss against Tulane, but he wound up going with Oregon. So, yeah, Stalter at this point through the season, and we've been doing 5 weeks of spread zones, is sitting at 23-11 against the spread. 23-11.
Did you touch that Oregon-Penn State game?
It actually is my lock of the week, the over. It's my lock of the week, and I'm 3-1 on my locks so far. I also think I would probably go that direction with Alabama and Georgia, too.
Over?
At this point, with the talent that these places are able to get, it tends to, when they collide, it tends to be high scoring. The defenses, don't get me wrong, there's talent there, but the talent on the offensive level, both with the coaching, it's really difficult. And it'll happen, don't get me wrong, but more often than not, I think you see, like when Alabama and Georgia played last year in Tuscaloosa, if you remember.
What a game.
Yeah, the Ryan Williams coming out party. So you got that one, and then you got LSU and Ole Miss to be your afternoon start. But speaking, going back to what we were talking about with that weekend, Martin, you do have the Blues opening up the season on the 9th, and then you would have Missouri, Alabama, and Illinois, Ohio State. So you got one hell of a sports weekend here.
Little baseball playoffs. Our Mariners. Somebody suggested we adopt the Mariners. But I am excited to see Seattle. That's kind of exciting. But yeah, baseball playoffs start next Tuesday. 4 wild card games on Tuesday. And I think I've asked you this question before. As much as you dislike the MLB format, does it keep you from watching? Like, if it's on, you'll watch. Like, next Tuesday, you're not just going to park it in front of a TV and watch all 4 games.
I would. It's kind of a similar thing, like why I happened to see Carson Daly hosting the Ryder Cup thing. When I work in my basement, and I'll have the television on in the background, so it'll probably be the background choice. That's what I would describe it as. But I don't like. I think one of the reasons why I have my thing with social media, outside of the anonymity allowing for the asinine crap, is that it kind of creates false urgency or false anger, and that is what is rewarded. And I feel like baseball, in an attempt to create some form of drama, has attempted to just create a bunch of Game 7s by default. Well, the shorter the series, well, then everything's got urgency. So now we'll do a best of 3. And so just in general, I'm like, okay, well, then it kind of dilutes the excitement of when you actually really do have a Game 7 and a showdown. Because inevitably, if you got a bunch of best of 3s, you're going to have one that's at least one that's going to be an all or nothing. So it really irritates me in general. So I think it's just my subconscious aversion to the attempt to regain some semblance of relevance, when in reality, I think most of the country has already moved on to football.
I've moved on to the Golden Bachelor.
Or the Golden Bachelor,
which
Martin.
debuted last night.
Yeah. Were they listening to the Mills Brothers?
Might have. Mel Owens is your bachelor.
What's his name?
Mel Owens, former Rams linebacker in the 80s.
Oh, is that right?
And he got in trouble because before the show started, he did an interview saying he was looking for women 45 to 60 and would probably cut anyone over 60. He's
and this interview was done at Bar Napoli?
I think it was. And he said he didn't want anyone with artificial hips and wigs. Do people have artificial hips? Like hip replacements?
Yeah, that would be an artificial hip.
Is he talking about a butt implant?
No, I think he's talking about a hip replacement, right?
Jackson, do you think a lady in her 70s has ever gotten a BBL?
Yeah.
Wow.
Do I think it's ever happened? Yes. I would be surprised if a lot of plastic surgeons would be like, this is probably a good idea. I would think they'd be like, let's enjoy the
I think most
remaining years.
Most would say that's going to be $25,000 and your insurance doesn't cover it. Sure, right this way.
Yeah, I guess you're probably right. That's tough. Yeah, I would assume it's happened at least once. If you know someone like that, send them my way. Get them on the program.
Played 9 years for your L.A. Rams. First-round pick out of Michigan. I don't really remember his
I don't
career.
either.
Is that an ABC vehicle? Golden
Yes.
Bachelor? Yeah.
Jackson, Doug loves The Bachelor.
I know.
And has from the beginning.
Well, if I can make some deductions, you were probably kind of forced to watch it at the beginning, and then you've grown to enjoy it thoroughly.
I see it for what it is. Some of it is just so stupid and ridiculous that I can't hardly take it.
Right.
But at the same time, it's kind of
you can't look away.
Unintentional humor.
Sure.
Here's the headline. Golden Bachelor Mel Owens confronted by contestants. Was he confronted? Doug, was he confronted?
Was he confronted?
Not too much, no. No, they were all laughing about it.
Everyone has it's a guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
What's your guilty pleasure?
Trashy mystery novels.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew.
Not children's mystery novels.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Who
but
stole penny candy?
Penny. In 9-3, another Jackson vehicle, because he creates the Stiefel dossier.
Yes, he does.
Curates it.
Clearing the deck, which is a staple. But in today's Clearing the Deck, we will later in the show, not now, later in the show, we will address Movie Boy programming news and notes.
Oh.
That's what it says.
It's brief.
Oh, boy. It felt brief in its writing.
It'll be brief.
We'll get to that.
I'll just do it now.
Okay, Movie Boy.
Oh, wow.
Tim, here we go.
Moving around the Stiefel dossier.
I apologize.
Bold.
Saturday morning conversation with Rafe Williams about the film Boogie Nights. I was planning on doing a conversation about Paul Thomas Anderson's new movie, One Battle After Another, which comes out today.
Is furiously texting it.
It's fine. Which comes out today, but I didn't think I'd have enough time to really do that. So I'm going to do that conversation at the beginning of next week. So I think it's going to be a 3-pod, 8-day stretch here. So
wow,
should be fun.
3-pod.
Should be fun.
Talk to teams about that. You got 3 games in 8 days. How are you going to adjust the clock?
Rafe Williams, what a delight. So
from the Riz show.
Yeah, that'll be on Saturday.
Okay.
There's the news notes.
There was, Tim.
I'll change the Clearing the Deck.
There were you programming.
I'll add some new to Clearing the Deck.
There were you programming news and notes.
Timmy's played one drop the entire show. That's from Harrison's brother Master. He's dealing with 100% tariff.
He's telling on Jackson.
I don't know if he sent in an honest text in about a week.
I think he's telling on Jackson.
Because you had the drop where the sports are great, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you backed up the fact that it was on Keishi.
Yeah.
And then yet it was still in dispute.
Sure, whatever.
Charlie Marlowe AI. You're welcome to text in your disdain, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, text inbox, or you can talk it over with other TMA listeners. 245 are in there. Alan Dadeville's talking to the Pope. Alan Dadeville says we need Biffin Show to return. I share that opinion.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of my favorite shows I've heard in St. Louis in the last 25 years, Iggy and Biff. Martin, they can also email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tell the people about that Design Air Heating and Cooling, if you would.
Longest running sponsor of TMA, and the weather starts to shift this time of year. Getting to October, all of a sudden you have a chilly day. You want to throw on the furnace? Well, best thing to do is get a tune-up before winter arrives. Fully throated, make sure you get to designairservice.com. That's the website. Book the appointment now. Get yourself a tune-up. Be ready for winter ahead of time. And year-round, whenever there's an issue, AC, summertime, when that goes out, man, that is a tough spot to be in. Doug had it happen on a Sunday. They came running right out.
Yeah, they sure
got
did.
things back up and running. We love hearing from the audience. I know Manute Bowl Eligible has told us, I think, a couple of stories about how they were out there, got things fixed. They don't upsell. That's something that Seth Goldcamp works with his team. They know folks are stressed out when they have to have the HVAC repaired, so they don't sell you anything you don't need. It's something you can count on. They've been doing this for more than a century now. Designairservice.com is where you go to. Make sure you let them know you were listening to TMA.
There it is. Design Air online at designairservice.com. Support the sponsors. And Design Air Heating and Cooling is one of the, is the longest running sponsor here on the morning after. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Mariners' Cal Raleigh became the 7th player in Major League history that hit 60 home runs in the season, last evening launching 2 solo shots as the Mariners clinched the American League West with a 9-2 win over the Colorado Rockies. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
These are songs for Doug, is what the theme is today?
Yeah, this one
predates me just a little
super
bit.
Doug.
Is this the Andrews sisters?
It's the Andrews sisters and Bing Crosby.
Is it really?
Doug, you're a fan of Bing Crosby, correct?
Oh, sure. Bing Crosby. Much difference in orange juice as there is in Hope Crosby. That's a commercial.
You deal with your jowls down.
And that was with his son, Nathan.
Yeah.
Who later would write a book about Bing beating him. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yeah.
So he didn't necessarily enjoy the orange juice.
No.
Is that like when people they would beat him with like a tree branch?
A switch?
Go and get your switch.
God, that's brutal.
I never knew anyone who did that. I'm sure it happened.
Yeah.
Who was it? It was the football player.
Adrian Peterson.
Yeah. He was
all
accused
day.
of doing
All
that.
day got hit with it.
All day.
It sounds like something that would have happened 300 years ago.
Yeah.
Go and get a tree branch so I can hit you with it.
And if it wasn't big enough, you had to do it again.
Right.
Doug, pork steak is back here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Matt Holliday is going to lead off the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. I forgot to wish Tim a happy birthday. My birthday is tomorrow. Doug, there's nothing like a 69-year-old pork steak, so pork steak is 69 years old and celebrating a birthday tomorrow.
Oh, well, congratulations to him.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Those pork steaks at Billy G's are the real deal. They don't play, is what they don't do.
I like that.
They serve it as a sandwich, or
Oh, no, it's like
it's a
this
giant
big.
pork steak.
It's the size of a toaster.
So songs for Doug would be an after-school special. Others that have appeared in the past: Mom's Having a Baby, The Color of Friendship, Backwards, The Riddle of Dyslexia.
Oh my goodness! These are actual after-school specials?
after-school specials.
Mom's Having a Baby is the title of...
My Mom's Having a Baby. I'm sorry. Backwards, The Riddle of Dyslexia, The Color of Friendship.
Who would want to sit down and relax and watch a movie about dyslexia?
Flip that off.
What a fun topic that has to be.
Each week, the Fast Lane and the Riz Show are battling it out in the Pick'em Challenge, but sometimes they come together to just hang out and watch football. You can join Jamie Rivers and Rizzuto from the Riz Show tonight from 6:30 to 8:30 at the Hot Shots on Lindbergh in South County. Come watch the Thursday night football game. Get signed up for some point and 101 ESPN giveaways and enjoy a cold Bud Light. That's tonight, 6:30 to 8:30 with Jamie Rivers, Rizzuto, and Bud Light at the Hot Shots on Lindbergh in South County. That is where Doug dressed up as Santa Claus last year and had lots of cute guys sitting on his lap, so that was super hot. Tonight you have the Sea Pigeons taking on the Cardinals. Doug, that is in Arizona. Seahawks minus 1.5. Your total is 43.5. If anybody's got passionate action on that.
Well, I don't have passionate action on it. Seattle's pretty good this year, right? Arizona, don't know.
Decent.
We know if it's going to be a dangerous weekend if I land in Las Vegas and go, yeah, I guess I'll put some money on this Seahawks-Cardinals thing, something when I have no feeling whatsoever on it, and then just start betting irresponsible. That sets a tone of... At the same time, I could hit on it, and now we've got a little increase in the bankroll.
Seahawks money line.
Seahawks money line is the play?
Yeah.
Jackson Burkett has just released a 5-star play.
Seahawks money line. Yep. Pigeon all day.
Don't say pigeon all day.
Pigeon all day. Is that reference to gambling or reference to the Seahawks?
Both.
Both. Both of them?
Do you like Virginia tomorrow night getting 6.5 at home against Florida State?
Getting 6.5? No, I'll take Florida State laying the 6.5.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're upset on campus in Virginia because they're not canceling classes so the students can go tailgate all day.
They don't call it campus, they call it the grounds.
No, I don't like that. I don't care for it.
They call it the grounds. But they're mad that they're not canceling class. Not Virginia.
Even with their win over William and Mary last week, you still like Florida State? Virginia beat William and Mary soundly.
They sure did. Is William and Mary the oldest? I think that's the oldest college in America.
I think so. I recall driving by that campus. Yeah, maybe they did.
Illinois, William and Mary, Mizzou.
That's correct.
No, it is not. It is the second oldest after Harvard, which was founded in 1636.
Yeah.
Jesus
Doug
Christ.
and I could have gone there, but we chose journalism school.
William and Mary, 1693.
I don't think I could have gotten in 1636. Was there everything I know today? I don't think I could have gotten in.
Was there a journalism school in 1640?
Oh, I doubt it.
Teaching people how to get engagement online.
Teasing.
Yeah, I'm getting better at teasing. Tim, I think the over is the play tonight. Do you agree? That's from Harrison's brother, Master. The truth is, I don't have a feeling for it. That's. I don't feel strongly. Tomorrow night, I might make a play on that, Florida State and Virginia, but I don't have, because I feel like tomorrow is like the day for Virginia football, and if they can get out to a little bit of a start, maybe. I don't know what Florida State is. I mean, if Florida State beats the hell out of Virginia, you sit there and go, okay, well then Florida State's the real deal, and Alabama went up against a really good team. At the same time, if Alabama gets worked over by Georgia, then you're going, okay, maybe Alabama's just not that good. And then you hear the Kalen DeBoer death knell, Doug. A lot of coaches already gone in the month of September. And hell, I mean, if he were to lose to Georgia, Vanderbilt, and Missouri, I think they probably would whack him. I really do.
What's his buyout, you know? Got to do show prep.
Yep. The crowdsourcing thing is it's really disappointing.
Personal news.
Ball rider.
I'd like to share personal news. Holliday is now going to join us sooner. For those who heard 9:15, who we've Jackson, Matt, Holliday, and I, the three of us have a little back and forth and arranging times. I'm kind of Camp David in the middle, and then we come up with a time. But Matt the Bat says he can move it on up, so he'll join us sooner as opposed to later.
Matt the Bat is going to join us, so we'll get his take on Mike Gundy losing his job. Tim, are you tailing Steven time? He's up about 50 units on the season. That's from Ed time. Doug, have you been tracking Steven time?
Hell no.
The brothers' time.
I'd like to see Steven time's spreadsheet.
His ledger?
Yeah, I would love to see it.
I would too.
Man. Like I said, I'm raving about Stalter.
Yeah,
68% against the spread is sick.
Yeah, that's nasty.
That is insane. All right, Matt the Bat is going to join us coming up. It is TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues in the Stifel Charity Classic. Also sponsors Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success. So it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a successful and winning program like this one right here. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
See what Jackson's doing here, Doug?
This wasn't one of his walk-up songs, was it?
No, but the song's called Holiday.
Yeah, I see.
Now I see what you're doing, Jackson.
We welcome to the program here on 101 ESPN, the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, friend of the program, Matt Holliday. Morning, Matt.
Morning, guys.
How was the timing of Jackson's call to you?
Nailed it today.
Yeah, pretty flawless.
Nice job, Papers.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is I can bounce back. I'll mess up, but then I'll correct it. That's the mark of a pro.
How are things in Stillwater after the Mike Gundy era coming to an end?
Well, we were down in West Palm when it happened for a couple days and caught wind. A couple people text me. I don't know. Unfortunately, I haven't been as dialed in over there to know all the ins and outs of how or why or what the strategy or the reasoning for doing it now. I am interested that we continue to pay out a lot of money to coaches to go away, and how that's financially for a university that is seemingly in need of a lot of donors for NIL and the rev share, and we're paying a lot of coaches to not coach, and so I'd be interested to hear kind of how it all came down and who's behind it. I think they publicly, I'm sure they have to say this, that they paid it out of their university fund or whatever, but typically these things are backed by some wealthy alum who's tired of whatever and pays the money for the buyout. But $15 million on the buyout, plus a lot of these assistant coaches are brand new and on 2-year deals, and so it's an expensive endeavor, and so the fallout for other sports and what's next, I think, is certainly an interesting angle.
And the $15 million is actually low. I mean, A&M fires their coaches every couple of years and gives them all like $60 or $70 million.
Yeah, we were looking up the Kalen DeBoer one, and that was in the previous segment. It's $65 million. That's the buyout.
Like, how did that? I really want to know who was the first to get it, because how is a university saying, okay, fine, if we fire you, you get 40, 50, 60 million. Now it's like the precedent is set, and so they're all getting it. The agents are getting it. I just can't believe that at any point somebody would say, okay, if we fire you, yeah, we owe you the years left on your contract. But when did we get to the 50, 60, 70 million?
Kirby Smart up to $103 million buyout.
Man, it's a nice
Yeah. I mean, I think that these coaches just get the leverage with early success, or the idea that they get them away from other schools, and then they have all the power.
Yeah,
and
you're
so
right, man.
if you want the hot coach, or the guy that just won big or just won the conference championship, and you got to that's where they have all the power, and they these agents and coaches go in and they do it, they get what they want, and then the university eventually either wears it and fires them, or just kind of hopes that they come back around. So it's an interesting time in college sports, and particularly football, I guess, with all these buyouts, and ADs have buyouts now, and I mean, everybody's got a buyout.
Yeah, there's already been 3 head coaches fired, and we're not even at the end of September yet. Matt Holliday, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN, joins us for a weekly conversation. The Cardinals are in a unique spot with 3 contracts as well. We had John Mozeliak in studio, Matt, on Tuesday. Really good conversation. Really enjoyed it, and I think he did as well. About 80 minutes he was spending with us on a wide variety of topics. And last night, a development with regard to Sonny Gray's contract. He's scheduled to make $35 million next year, and Gray said following his start, in which he pitched well, but the Cardinals wound up losing, that he has to be open to waiving his no-trade clause this coming off season. He says, I'm going to be 36. Obviously, I have control of where I can't go or don't go, but it's it's going to be my 14th season. Last year, my contract, and he says he's going to have to consider looking around. The Cardinals are in that same spot with Arenado and also Contreras. Contreras has made it clear that he most likely isn't going to go anywhere, but Arenado and Gray. So I want to ask about Gray from a variety of, if you're in his spot, what are you thinking at this point in your career? You were able to win a world championship. I don't know where he is on his priority, if it's geography, being close to Tennessee, or if it's being with a team that has a real shot to win. And then also from the Cardinals standpoint, if you don't have Gray, you don't have Michaelis, and you already were experiencing a lack of depth in the starting rotation, how you go about keeping the payroll low but still fielding a pitching staff that can get through 2026?
Man, all good questions. I think, I think with Sonny, it's got to be about winning, right? I mean, I don't know that there's, I think at this point in his career, if you're going to waive the no trade and you're going to leave St. Louis, then you're the primary. My guess, I haven't talked to him. My guess is that it's got to be a team that sits in a great spot to win next year. And look, teams that aren't ready to win, or maybe that aren't feel like they have a chance to win the World Series next year, aren't paying $35 million for a starting pitcher. And so this group of teams that one can afford Sonny and adding him to a rotation is going to be a team that feels like they're on the brink if they don't win this year, which obviously we haven't even started the playoffs. So I'm guessing it'll be a team this year that comes up a little bit short, that has some payroll flexibility to add a guy like Sonny. So I don't know how choosy you can be when you're making that kind of money at that age. So I think that's going to be a small group of people that can afford that want to add Sonny. And so that'll be an interesting dynamic. And then, obviously Nolan, by the way that all was handled, is, I guess, pretty much decided that they'll take whatever they can get for him and move on from that. I don't know about, you mentioned Contreras. I don't know where they are with that, but yeah, you're going to be dropping a lot of payroll. And again, you may have to eat some of this payroll to get much in return. You may have to eat some of these contracts, parts of them, take on some of this money if you're expecting to get any sort of prospect in return. So that'll be an interesting dynamic, but yeah, I mean, again, if you're talking about trading off all this salary, how much action are the Cardinals going to get into in the offseason? Are they taking another year where they're just kind of like going back to the bare bones of the organization and just going to dump as much payroll and then start completely over with all young players and all young pitchers, and then this new put together farm system and development plan, just kind of wait it out and see where we're at in another year or two? Or are they going to take that money that they're saving or maybe trading and reinvest it into a team that they want to try to compete in the NL Central? Or it'll be interesting to see what the message is. I know that after every year they have a press conference, and Mr. DeWitt and Chaim Bloom will get up on the podium and chart out the off season and maybe the goal of the organization and this particular off season and what that looks like. So that'll be fascinating to hear what the message to the fans is here in about a week or so, or whenever this happens.
Doug and I were debating the other day about Arenado and how much of it you're willing to eat. He did say, he talked on Sunday and made it pretty clear he doesn't think he'll be back. They gave him a farewell with the fans, and he's due $21 million, whatever it is, or $42 over the next 2 years. And I said, I think at this point the Cardinals would pay to give him a fresh start somewhere else. Don't you think it's even in their best interest to kind of like rip the Band-Aid? And he did say some teams got to want me, which I think somebody will. Don't you think Doug's argument, which I understand, is you're spending money for a guy not to be here when maybe he could help you a little bit. But I don't think Arenado wants to sit on the bench in St. Louis. Do you think it makes sense sometimes to eat the money to give somebody, I don't want to say get him out of here because that's disrespectful, but a fresh start?
Yeah, I mean, look, it all depends on how much, right? And if you're getting anything back, if you take on half his salary, or if you eat half his salary, and somebody can get Nolan Arenado for half price in a more hitter-friendly park. And you talk about like the Astros last year, or potentially Fenway Park. I don't know what if they're going to sign Bregman back, or some of these more hitter-friendly places. Shoot, I don't know. If Philadelphia did something with Vaughn and they could slide Nolan into that lineup at a hitter-friendly park, or something like that. I don't know how much. It's like what these teams evaluate Nolan as, and do they think that a smaller park would, he still plays high-level defense, and do they think they could get 20 to 25 homers out of him at a more hitter-friendly place? And then maybe they take on half the money and give you a prospect. Typically, that's the kind of the way it works. But it's seemingly like when you do that fan appreciation and seemingly saying goodbye to that some sort of behind the scenes deal has been worked out, whether they get much for him or have to take on most of the salary. It feels like somebody, and whether that be player and management, have decided that was it. I don't think you do that unless there's a 99% chance that he's not coming back. And so I'll be interested to see. Like, I don't know how that's all going to unfold, but it felt like the end.
I know, I agree with you. I think both sides are like, hey, we got to this point, and you don't do that without it being pretty clear. You had that same moment where the Cardinals came to you, right, that final weekend, 2016, and said, hey, we all know where we're headed, just so you know, do you want to have, right? Isn't that how it played out?
Well, it was more of, I went to Mo and said, hey, just shoot me straight. Like, is this it? I was going to be a free agent. I had a player option or a team option. And, there was some young outfielders coming up, and unfortunately I had broken my finger. I felt like if I finished with 20 or 25 homers that year, it might have changed their mind a little bit. But, it's one of those things where I wanted to know, because I felt like I wanted to sort of have a personal goodbye to people behind the scenes, with its clubhouse people and coaches and people you may see down the line, but never in the same light as far as, the day-to-day of it. So he told me that, that they were not going to pick up my option, and the door wasn't totally slammed, but, it looked like that they were going to give some younger guys options. And so that's when, the plan kind of came together to make a formal announcement. And then, Mike said he wanted to try to get me in at bat. And that's how that all kind of happened. But, that was a little bit different in that I was going to be a free agent anyways. And, that was not going to get my option picked up. So, that's kind of how that unfolded.
And then you had that moment where you took the field, went out to left field, and none of the other players took their positions. I don't know that I've ever seen that before, but it was a pretty cool moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, they handled, the organization handled that really well, or, I guess I don't want to say well, but they were very kind to me to do what they did in a couple different ways. And the fans, I think first and foremost, the love and appreciation that I got, a couple different times in the last couple games was over the top kind and appreciated. So, I have nothing but amazing things to say about the way my time ended in St. Louis.
Getting back to Arenado, I don't know how many at-bats you've seen him taking here over the last 2 years, but his drop-off has really been pretty dramatic. And he's 34. There are still some highly productive players in baseball at age 34. What do you suppose has happened to him?
Yeah, I mean, I think you get to a certain age where your body doesn't quite move as fast. You have ailments, he's had little things here and there. Your body doesn't you can't cover up some of the things physically that you used to be able to cover up. And so I think there's been a little bit of a mechanical involved. I think that, he's always had to pull the ball really to hit homers. And St. Louis is not a great place for right-hand hitters to pull the ball for homers. I mean, it's really not. I mean, he has never been a guy that hits 470-foot homers. His margin for error on his homers typically is not a lot. And so when the age and maybe the legs and some of the power sort of comes down, the percentage comes down a little bit, then it's a tough park to hit in. And I think that there's a culmination of things. You start to overcompensate, so you start to try to swing harder. You're not getting the results in the power department that you're looking for, so you become more of a pull hitter, which I think the average suffers. The on-base percentage suffers because you realize that physically, if I'm going to do damage or if I'm going to hit home runs and doubles, I got to pull it. And that's a tough place to be because, they most of the pitches are going to be down and away and up and away, and it's hard to pull those pitches for power. And so I think it's a few different things that have been part of it, and that's why I think the benefit of going to a more hitter-friendly park where his margin for error is a little larger, I think could benefit him and push him back into the 20 to 25 home run range and maybe getting on base a little bit more and keep playing great defense and be a more valuable player in a smaller park.
Well, what a great segue into questions for Matt. You text those in, favorite NFL team, things like that. 314-399-9646. 399-9646. It's the Air Comfort text inbox. Question for Holliday, and this is something right before you started talking. They said he's not the first one to mention players going to a hitter-friendly park. Do the Cardinals need to move those fences in order to draw big free agent hitters? Is that something you think I don't know that it's going to alter their, free agent market, but do you think that's something they should look into, moving the walls in?
I think that if there's a spot on the field where you give somebody a chance to get a cheapie, it's just such a symmetrical park, and there's no real, if I hit it there, you've got parks like the Green Monster, and you've got parks like Yankee Stadium, and you've got parks, around the league where they play neutral on one side, or they're pitcher friendly at one point, but there's always somewhere that a hitter could get a cheapie or could get a home run that maybe is not a home run everywhere. Whether you build a high wall or you do something that's fun, that gives it a little character, but also is a little bit more hitter friendly, I think would be a good idea. And I don't know that they will or have even thought about it, but I do think that it would be a fun, drop the fences down, make a short fence somewhere, add more fans, kind of like, the Padres did a little bit where they started moving the fences in and created a little bit more of a fan environment atmosphere, or, some of these other, the Orioles, they went overboard, moved the fences way back, and then they then they come back and then add another, like a little place where it's much more hitter friendly. You can get some homers to left center now. And so I think a lot of these teams are, the Mets, they brought their fences in quite a bit with their new field. And I think, in a day and age where we want more offense, I think it's a good idea. I mean, I think it's something at least worth considering because I do think that it's a very difficult, place to hit home runs.
It's funny that you bring that up because when Mozeliak was in here a couple days ago, he talked about that specifically. Did you ever get a chance to play in Busch Stadium 2?
Mm-hmm. I did. My first games were at the Old Bush.
How about that? I mean, I realize sample size wise, you didn't have a large enough. I just remember within a couple of months, Edmonds, who was a regular on the show, talked about how, man, the ball just does not fly, much less the dimensions at the new ballpark. And so it's one of those things. I feel like it's getting more attention now. I don't know if you remember it specifically because we're talking about Arenado. I think it was game one in the 2022 series against the Phillies. He hit the hell out of a ball to left center, and he was stunned that it did not go out. And I feel like that from that moment forward, we heard more from him or his frustration with that ballpark. So that's kind of become a more public theme here recently. But like I said, Edmonds was bringing it up from the year that thing was built. What do you think causes it outside of the dimensions? Because I feel like guys thought that the ball flew out of Bush too.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have to tell me. I don't remember it probably as well as y'all do, but it feels like there's a lot more open air in the outfield.
100%. Yeah, the other one was one of those cookie cutter stadiums,
right?
like the Vet and Three Rivers and the old Red Stadium.
Yeah, and I think that's where the air had very little to do with, the flight of the ball. When you were completely blocked in, now, I mean, it probably was much hotter, at times where the air couldn't kind of get in there. But I think certainly when you start opening air paths and airways in the outfield, that the weather is going to play a bigger impact than some of these stadiums that are completely closed in, or even some of these domes. When you start talking about Milwaukee and some of these places that are retractable roofs, Arizona, where the wind just never really plays any factor. Where in St. Louis, you get when it starts getting cooler and the wind starts to shift, you really have to smash it to get it over the fence. So I probably think that that's probably one of the main reasons, I would guess. But yeah, I think that's certainly worth looking at to try to make it a little more of a hitter-friendly park.
Well, we don't do a lot of show prep on this particular program.
That's the brand.
Surprises folks, but I never realized, Matt already knew that your big league debut was at the Old Bush Stadium. Your first ever big league series, big league at bat, first ever big league hit would have been in St. Louis. Was your first hit off Woody Williams?
I think that's right.
I'm looking at it right. Yeah. Well, maybe you should do some show prep. Jeez. Yeah.
Did you keep the ball? We always see him throw the baseball to the dugout when a guy gets it. You still have it somewhere?
I think so.
Oh,
look at that.
You don't sound that excited about it, but I just thought I'd ask.
You move, a lot of moving. Players move a lot.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of houses since then, and keeping track of balls and, which ones you really, it's hard. You got to pick and choose what you prioritize as far as keeping what you had. I mean, it easily could have ended up being a catch ball out in the concrete with the kids. So that ball could be long gone with scrapes from sidewalks and things. So you never know around here.
This is not a question, just a text. Please be our manager. We need you. There you go, Matt. There's a request for you to manage the Cardinals.
Yeah, look, there's so much time involved with the everyday staff. I have a commitment issue these days with time. I just enjoy watching my boys play, and I enjoy the flexibility to watch my daughter do her things and Reed, who's 12, who's into football right now, and then that transitions into basketball and then baseball. I mean, I think at some point I would like to do something, whether it be, some sort of advisor or consultant or something where I can be involved in an organization. But the day-to-day of Major League coaching, I don't know that people understand how many hours you spend at the ballpark, and then even in the off season, how much time it takes when you're constantly meeting about personnel and everything that goes into being a manager and a coach is incredibly time consuming. And at this point in my life, it'd be hard to give that up.
How would you fix Jordan Walker? There's been a lot of diagnosis of the first-round pick swing. I don't know how much of his game you've seen. Is there any tips you could – and if you're going to give tips, this is probably the place to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would have to be more like I'd have to get in the cage with him and talk to him about what he thinks and watch him move and try some different drills and it's hard from an aerial view of watching it on TV and catching some highlights or just kind of watching without being in the cage enough. I mean, I've obviously been up to the bush and been in the cage a little bit and watched guys do some work, but I've never entered into a conversation of, his hitting background, where he learned to hit, what are his thoughts in the box, what he does or doesn't like as far as drills go. That would be, that's one of those things where I don't throw that kind of thing around easily, because there's so much that goes into that and trying to help a guy transform his swing. It's not one of those things that you just kind of look at and go, oh yeah, he should do this and it would result in this. There's too much brain involved in how your body moves and kind of your hitter history, if you will.
What was it like playing with Aaron Judge in 2017? Did Aaron ask you for hitting tips? That's an actual real question.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, it was awesome. He's a great guy. I think, people can tell through the TV and through his interviews and just, the way he handles himself, you can tell that he's a good human, but he's even better. I mean, he's just as kind and humble and just a great guy as maybe the interviews look. I mean, a lot of times, as you guys know, sometimes people have an interview sort of persona and they answer the questions all the right ways, but then that's not really who they are or how they live. And he is definitely the kind of person that you would hope, face of the MLB, face of, sort of what's going on right now. He's that kind of guy. So I loved playing with him. I got a chance he was a rookie. And so I wouldn't say that I gave him hitting advice, but we talked hitting a lot. We were locker mates and good friends and spent a lot of time together. And I still text and talk to him once or twice a month. And, so we're still pretty close.
Favorite places to eat on the Hill. Here we go. Now it's getting going. By the way, Cardinals had a pregame piece last night. They're asking all the players, and like the veteran guys are picking spots on the Hill. Newt Barr picked Paul Manos.
Nice.
And then Jordan Walker's like, honestly, for me, just some Emo's Pizza. And I said, there you go. There's the younger player keeping it simple. How about for Matt the Bat?
Well, we lived in Ladue, like kind of by Frontenac, and so we ate at Fleming's a lot just because it's right there by the house, and they treated us well. They hosted some of our events, our fundraising events, and so we always enjoyed Fleming's. I know that's a chain, but they were very kind to us. We spent most of our time kind of in that area. We did some of the barbecue, famous barbecue places occasionally. We tried some of the other ones, the kind of the chefy places that we liked.
I like that chefy.
Yeah, kind of that kind of stuff. But honestly, we ate at home a lot. We still do. We prefer to eat at home and make our own food. But Fleming's was kind of our go-to spot because it was about a mile from the house and easy to get in and out of in a reasonable time with kids.
Somebody wants to know if you were neighbors with Jackson, who grew up in the Ladue School District.
Yeah,
Jackson, do you remember being? And also somebody wants to know, Jackson has grown a mustache. I'm guessing Matt's not watching the YouTube feed, I'm going to guess.
I'm not currently watching the YouTube feed, but I do appreciate a good mustache. I did think I heard that you say you had a hard time growing facial hair.
Really hard time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I have like really light blonde hair on my face, which surprise, surprise, doesn't look great when you grow it out. But that's not going to stop me from trying.
No,
he's going to grow it for the Missouri-Alabama game 2 weeks from Saturday. So we're going to see some real growth here.
This is my sacrifice, you know.
Yeah,
this is how I do it.
Is it Missouri yellow? Is that the?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, could
that's
be.
what you're doing.
Cool. I could dye it even more yellow.
Good.
Yeah, I look like I have a big French's mustard stain all over my face.
The ladies,
it's not a bad look.
Sure,
pretty specific. Do you care about uniforms, Matt? We really did. We spent a lot of time on college football uniforms.
Oh, I'm sure I've asked you about the Navy hats versus the red hats on the road before.
Sure, I like the uniform talk.
Nice.
Yeah, we
okay.
played for the Yankees and Cardinals. And
Yeah,
that's
you
right
did
up
play
there.
for some great ones.
Yeah.
A team that you didn't play for, a uniform that is the Dodgers like a classic that you like?
Dodgers are classic, yeah.
I always like the A's uniforms. I thought the A's looked great.
Yeah, I sported the white cleats for a while before it was popular.
It's my favorite part of the uniform is that they wear white cleats with it.
Yeah. I like the Phillies uniforms. I kind of like a lot like the Cardinals, kind of the baby blue. Some of the old school uniforms. The Orioles brought back the all orange, kind of from the 70s, I think it was.
What about the Rocky sleeveless one that they would?
I mean it's a classic. Yeah. It's a classic. People trying to bring it back. I was just up in Colorado with Ethan, and I think people like the vest. They like the black vest. I am a fan of the City Connect, the new Colorado City Connects. They went away from all the dark green, and now it's a little bit more of the kind of a Rocky Mountain sky colors, which I appreciate.
They have a white belt with that one. I think they wear a white belt.
God, that's pretty specific.
You can wear white belts with anything now. I mean, you can wear white. Guys are wearing all kinds of belts.
So the belt doesn't have to be uniform anymore? That you can wear whatever you want?
No, it feels like the cleats and the belts and the arm sleeves and shin guards and elbow. It looks like it's just a free for all. It's a great place to express your personal style. It feels like so. Quite a bit's changed since I got done playing as far as what they're willing to let guys wear.
Giants had purple in their uniforms 2 nights ago, Doug. I was wondering if you saw that.
Where did that come from?
I don't know, but I'm telling you, they were doing it. I figured you didn't like that.
Yeah.
Matt, this isn't really a question, maybe an invite. Could you be a consultant and or player for our Shrewsbury softball team? The neighborhood bullies would pay handsomely for your services. So are you available for softball duty?
It's tough for me to get there. I don't know exactly where Shrewsbury is, but
it's right by Webster.
No. Yeah, right off the highway.
Well, I live in Oklahoma, so
such a thing as air travel.
From Stillwater, I would consider if there's private airfare on the table.
Yeah. Shrewsbury's liquid.
I think there's a airstrip right there.
It's right by the old St. Michael's.
Yeah, by the Metro bus station.
Well, you could have been in the mix. Wainwright and Kill just did that. Nobody even knows what this is. MLB put together that home run derby, and obviously you just had the hip replacement. I would think in the future you would want to do that.
Yeah, I was. They reached out a lot of times about that. But my hip has not been in a position to get out there and fire off homer attempts. So maybe next year I can get involved. I know they had some initial success. I think I don't know how it ended up finishing up, but I mean, look, I don't know if that thing makes any money or not, but it seemed cool. So, yeah, maybe next year.
They didn't really publicize it. We had Wainwright on. We're like, wait a minute, did you just take part in some home run? And everybody, even in this room, was like, wait, what was it? And they played in Iowa. Then they were in Salt Lake. I think it's still to come. I think the final result, I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know Chaim Bloom at all was one of the questions.
I know him a little bit. I've met him a couple times, but not a ton.
A lot of people asking favorite NFL team. We've been down that road before. We're not doing that anymore.
I like it.
All right. Well, I think we don't want to bring up the same questions.
Matt the Bat, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll look forward to talking again next week. Have a great weekend, man.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks,
I'll
Matt.
talk to you guys next week. See you guys.
All right, then. Holliday with us here on the Callier Thompson phone lines fielding questions. Gabe DeArmond, shirt off. Matt Holliday, favorite NFL team.
And the Wildcat with Gabe. Got to figure out that Wildcat.
Tomorrow. I'll have a chance to do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bring up the Wildcat. It actually, UMass might be the time to kind of work on some things.
Yeah. Like the Wildcat.
Yes.
Sure. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way. Martin, you know something about Design Air.
Design Air is a name and a company you can trust. It's family owned and operated. It's been that way since day one. We love the St. Louis success story, especially when they do have success. There's probably times when an out-of-town company says, hey, we'll buy your name, we'll buy your business. Nope, still run and operated by the same folks. Seth Goldkamp, fourth generation, and because it's family owned, their name's behind this whole operation. They want to make sure you have a great experience. They work with the team. Also, the employees like working there. They've been voted one of the best places to work, and then those employees go out and they're in your home, and you can tell they enjoy working for Design Air, but also they're not going to try and sell you something you don't need. They don't upsell at Design Air. It's something they work specifically on. So everybody ends up in a good spot. And that's why we get so many texts back from listeners who have used Design Air. I think it's gotten a little weird because there's Larry and Steve are the silver foxes that are out there in the field. A lot of great feedback on that as well. Bottom line, it's a little creepy. It's a little creepy.
It's cool.
It's cool.
This
Bottom
show
line,
celebrates hot men.
Yeah, always has.
Thank you.
but if it gets too hot, have them come fix your AC. Cool down with Design Air. Get online, make your appointment at designairservice.com.
Design Air sponsor the email of the day. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is the morning after, presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is one of your favorites, Doug?
Jim Croce. Not one of my favorites, but I like it. It was a big hit.
Jackson's music theme is Songs for Doug.
Sure is.
So this is one of your songs.
I didn't say this was one of my favorites. It's a good song, though. Jim Croce was fantastic.
Seems like it's paying dividends.
Okay.
What does that mean? That you garnered a reaction?
Well, Doug said he likes the song.
So that's engagement farming. You're engagement farming.
Yeah, in so many ways.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt answering your calls at 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. A lot's going on here in between our conversation we just had with Matt Holliday, which you can go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. Chairman Kurt says there might be radio wars. Jackson was running in and out of the studio, Doug.
He ran into the hallway to Rivers, where are you at?
Yeah.
What was that all about?
Well, he was, you guys were locked in on the Holiday interview. Doing a bang-up job, if you ask me. And just outside the studio, right behind where Kurt sits, there's a glass window pane.
Yeah, you can see it on the YouTubes.
And then the and then the hallway, I said holiday, hallway behind him. And Jamie Rivers was standing out there kind of toughing around, looking at us. And I looked at him.
And you responded by locking the door so he couldn't get to us?
Well, then he was like giggling. And then I look away for a minute or two. And then Chairman Kurt's out there talking with him. And he's back again looking into the studio, toughing around.
You think he's trying to put one of us on his dance card?
Well, if it's any one of you, I'll let me be your champion. I'll be tribute.
Sounds like he's got Martin in his crosshairs.
He wants a piece of Martin.
Well, the alliance is strong. I'll move some furniture.
He was, for some reason, being critical of your choice of headphones. What do you? I don't know what you. Is that
an earpiece?
Earpiece.
So it's called. So it's a TV IFB where you have one ear with a.
He kind of implied that your use of that was kind of a way to show that you're better than everybody, and
really
that you're bigger than the show. And
wow!
There he is, right there. There's that Jamie Rivers.
And I told him.
Put him on it.
I told him I'm not going to take
just kicked down the door.
He
That's
does want us on
Rivers
his dance
music.
card.
Kick down the door.
Jackson just said he was going to put you on his dance card.
No, he said he would help clear the furniture. He would move the furniture.
Oh yeah, I've had
you don't like my earpiece?
Well, Marty, first of all,
here we go.
First of all,
okay.
I love you. Okay, you're one of my favorite.
Disclaimer.
This is a Stephen A. However,
when I walk by and I see regular headphones on radio guys, and then I see you with your television earpiece, that screams to me, "Hey, look at me. I'm on TV too. I'm better than these guys are. I've got a TV earpiece." And Marty, now I don't think you actually think that,
but it appears that way.
Actions,
you're saying,
okay.
So you think I'm giving off a vibe, and if these guys didn't know, I'm kind of, I am on TV, which I think used to matter, and now people are like, "Ooh, sorry to hear."
So Jackson, is that enough for you to go charging Rivers right now?
Come over the desk.
You just know you've been warned. You know,
warned about what?
Well, you're looking into the studio. We're conducting some real business over here, and you're over there giggling, toughing around and giggling.
You know what, Jackson? I apologize.
Wow. Big of you. That's big of you.
I have to tell you, I enjoy.
You're going to avoid these paws.
Right now.
Avoid these paws. I enjoy listening with an open ear. It's serious. It's weird. Like if I have both, even if I had headphones like you guys are wearing, or you two, I would take one off my left ear.
You go headphones, Jamie, or you go AirPods?
I go the little earbuds.
Yeah, Doug's got the earbuds going.
Yeah, you know. But Brad Thompson, who was on the Fast Lane for several years, he'd do the one ear. He'd have the double earmuffs thing, but he'd pull one off.
Yeah, I hear better. I don't like the muffled sound. Something about it. I don't know.
Tim, don't you do the "We Are the World" thing?
Yeah,
where you
they would hold one, and then you would scream.
Was that Lionel Richie who held his?
Lionel Richie, Bruce Springsteen.
That's correct. Really singing.
I find with one ear, for me, I can hear like all the other little things in the room, like Anthony playing with his phone, Kerry Davis responding to the text line every time someone says something.
Respond to the text. Do you respond to the text line?
Every now and then, like the Blue Moon. But Kerry gets on there, and you can just hear clack, 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 for
What
like
is he
5
arguing
minutes.
with people about? You guys got Missouri fans pissed a couple weeks ago.
So,
and your daughter went there.
This is the biggest misconception ever, by the way. When I came to St. Louis in 1993, I went to a Mizzou game.
Oh, really?
I fell in love with college football. I'd never been to a college football game before. I was like, this is awesome. this Mizzou Tiger, this is cool. It's going to be a great thing. And for years, big Mizzou fan. My daughter went to Mizzou 4 great years, graduated, proud father of a Mizzou alum now. And I bring up one thing, the one thing I don't really like. And that's it. I hate Mizzou. I'm an anti-Mizzou guy, and everybody's kind of crushed me.
So we played the audio, and I was just like, I don't get why this is so upsetting. And obviously, we're Missouri, guys, me, Doug, and Jackson went to school.
I guess what I missed in all this, because I did not go to college, and I snarkily on the show said, I didn't go to college. I was in the NHL at the time.
Well, and he's worried about my earpiece. And this guy's dropping that crap. Sorry, I wasn't, taking a history lesson when I was in the NHL.
I was passing to Wayne Gretzky. Anyways, no, I just felt, I guess where I missed the boat was the rivalry thing, right? Like, this is a big deal for KU and Mizzou. And I get it. I played in rivalry games. Now, not quite like college where I get to carry around a drum after I win the game and things like that. But I was just like, okay, you beat KU. You were supposed to. Like, let's, like Bill Belichick, on to Cincinnati. Like, what's next here? Because if we're going to have a season for Mizzou where it looks like they could potentially be a college football playoff team, then you can't be sitting there celebrating KU for a week. Like, you got to get other business to attend to. Well, the Mizzou fans did not like that.
I just didn't get why that was such a big deal. I really didn't. And if I did, I'd say, yeah, well, how's Kerry doing, by the way, with the ILL situation this past weekend?
Yeah, Kerry took Monday off to lick his wounds.
I took Saturday off.
Kerry's a realist when it comes to football, and he's like, yeah, we were terrible. It was awful. Indiana played really well. Yeah. They found a hole in the game for Illinois, which was just a slant route. Pretty tough to cover that one. They did it like 30 times. But he's like, okay, well, now Illinois has to win against USC.
Yeah.
And you almost have to beat Ohio State, or at least have a really good showing.
Yes, that's right.
To have a chance. But yeah, Kerry, like I said, he's a realist. He understands. He's like, hey, we didn't play well. Yeah. You get what you get when you play like that.
Yeah. That was.
But more importantly, what kind of headphones does he wear? Yeah. It seems to be the most important thing.
Kerry goes with the earbuds. I think the fast lane overall, except for Marshy, does the earbuds. Marshy, he kind of wears whatever he can find and duct tapes it together. Yeah. And sometimes you look over, there's half the ears hanging off, and like, poor kid.
It is amazing. We don't have any backup head. We have guests come in here, notable guests, and we're handing them something with duct tape on it. Yeah.
We're short a chair too.
Jamie, what do you think of what Jackson is growing in honor of the Missouri-Alabama game here in 16 days? Check out that mustache.
Do you see how hard he had to squint to look at it?
That looks like you should be in a white van out by the schoolyard.
So emasculating. Oh my God, I'm a grown boy.
Maybe, you know what? I got an idea. Go hit the tanning bed for a few days and see if that nice blonde mustache shows up more if you're bronzed up a little bit.
I'm pretty famously pale, so doing that.
It's your brand.
Yeah. It's like if Larry King one night came on like that.
Translucent is my brand.
Right, it kind of is. So if I came, it would look pretty obvious. As a tanning bed, what about a spray tan?
I've never done the spray tan. I have seen people, and
you've done a tanning bed though, right?
I have done the tanning bed.
That's really good for you too. Really good.
Well, but Doug, when I started doing TV, I'm sitting next to Bernie Federico, and Bernie bronzes up. He'll tell you he doesn't. I bet he owns a tanning bed.
Oh, really? Is that right?
That's a false accusation. But I rewatched the game, came on later on that night, whatever, and you see the replay. I looked like Casper the Friendly Ghost next to Bernie. And I'm like, okay, I've got to at least get in a tanning bed once every so often to have just a tint of color. So, yes, I do hit the tanning bed once.
There were tanning wars on the Blues broadcast.
Wow. Jackson, you going to go in the tanning bed now?
No, I think I'm just going to stick with it. What's the point?
It does make you look very manly.
Yeah, that mustache. How about that?
The mustache or getting a tan?
No, the mustache.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, sweet.
There you go.
Yeah, feeling good.
Now Rivers is off your dance card.
For now.
Yeah, it's kind of got
for now.
It's a little bit of a Napoleon Dynamite vibe going.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Did you say Napoleon Dynamite?
A little bit.
That's a hell of a look.
No, in a good way. In a good way.
Tina.
In a good way.
Jamie, thanks for dropping by the program and scolding Martin for his IFB use that we all have been
really irritated
They've been thinking
by.
about. They probably text each other during the show.
That's exactly right. How about
We know you're
Marvin's
on
IP?
Thanks.
Jamie Rivers of the
thanks for
Fast
having me,
Line.
guys.
Thank you, Jamie. Jamie Rivers making a stop by, and Jackson says he's avoiding the pause of Jackson Burkett for now.
For now, it's like I said, it's day by day with him.
Drive-bys on the show are welcome.
Yeah, we enjoyed it.
Stop
Ours
by.
is the type of. Doug, what is ours? The type of.
Ours is a type of show where friends feel like they can drop by at any time.
Tell us about it. Come down to see you guys, huh?
No, he kind of smelled good.
Oh, no.
I mean, he was awfully close. He was right on top of me. I couldn't help it. Just fresh.
You picked up a musk, a Victor Mature like
I wouldn't even
musk.
call it a musk. I feel like there's a negative connotation to musk. It just like Irish Spring. He smelled like.
Okay.
In the end, you want to smell good.
Okay.
Marlowe AI.
Wow. And I don't want to throw this entire show under the bus, but Jamie's show starts in 4 hours. That would be the equivalent of us being here at 3 a.m.
Oh, wow.
You guys want to meet?
Trying to say we're not?
How's about we come in at 3 a.m. tomorrow? Workshop the
God,
show.
what would we do?
What would we even talk about?
I guess we have breakfast.
Takes.
Feels like we'd have our whole show before we actually had the show.
Right.
Well, that's how some do it. And you're like, wait a minute, that almost sounded scripted. What do you mean scripted by that? Golick just said this giant word. Thanks, John.
Get a Sharpie and draw in a beard, Jackson. A large segment of the TMA viewing audience would probably be too drunk to notice anyway. That's from Dougie V's BBL.
Yeah, I think I'm going to avoid any dyes or any artificial. I'm going to try to do it myself.
And what are you going to do?
Just grow the facial hair.
Just grow the facial
Just,
hair.
yeah, I'm not going to hit a tanning bed. I'm not going to dye the mustache or
What if
beard.
this thing looks great in 2 weeks?
That would be.
I have a feeling you're going to shave it.
I was just getting ready to say it's not
You're
going to be
shave
around.
it before the roll
Because
tide?
eventually, I've done it before. It gets to a point where it kind of looks like a broom that you should have thrown away a month ago.
Oh, no.
But you still have because it's a broom. Who the
It's
hell's
the
going
same
to buy a
color
new
as
broom?
broomstick.
Yeah, it's broomstick yellow. And that's not super appealing. And it sucks. It sucks. I want nothing more than to be able to grow a mustache. And I'm denied that opportunity.
Aim high in life.
Yeah. Well, at this moment, yeah, that's what I want.
can't grow one. You just come to
but
come
you're
to grips with it.
devilishly handsome.
Yeah. I could never. I hardly ever even have to shave ever.
Really?
Is that right, really?
How often do you shave?
Well, every day, just because I'm
Well,
going to
yeah,
have to do
right.
it. But if I didn't, no one would notice
Really?
for 3 or 4, 5 days.
Don't do it now. Maybe, Doug, up until the Alabama game. Don't shave. Let's just see what happens.
See what's going on.
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, God, it would look hideous.
We could do it as a show. Everybody.
Everyone just
Got a bit
the
here. By
homeless
the way,
look.
if you heard it during Holiday and now it's on again.
Could people hear it on the air?
I don't know, but
I doubt it.
next door, I guess, at Casey, there, Paul Simon's doing Rhythm of the Saints. He's
Ooh,
playing the
that's
entire
crazy.
album. There's a large percussion sound. This happened one other time.
Yeah, it was during an interview too. I can't remember who it was with, but it happened
Very
during an
notable
interview.
percussion.
Yeah, I don't know. You'll dig in, you might hear it, but we can certainly feel it from the KC95 studios. Martin is heading to onboarding.
Well, I'm going by HR first because this Rivers, I mean, it's one thing to harass a colleague, but to do it on the air.
Yeah, that
I mean,
could
I
be
had
an
nowhere to
HR.
turn. I just felt uncomfortable in my workplace.
Jackson was ready to throw pause, but did not.
I'm always ready, Martin. That's the alliance here.
So Martin stopping by HR, then onboarding. And we have the 10 o'clock hour coming up here on the program. If you or your family have seen a change in you and you're not quite yourself, gentlemen, you're struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love. Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older or work stress or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal, unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help you change that. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Here's what you can do. Visit mentalityhealth.com and check it out and get tested on your testosterone levels. Plus, they focus on free testosterone levels, something that other places don't look into. It's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com. Check them out, mentalityhealth.com. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Psychiatric Care and Research Center has an opportunity for TMA listeners to make some money. You need to go to the following website to check it out. PCRC-STL.com. That's PCRC-STL.com. It's Dr. John Connolly, who completed his psychiatric training and residency at Washington University, where he also served as the chief resident. He has 40-plus years in practice and 20-plus years conducting clinical research trials. Well, that's what he's doing with the following: anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. So they are offering compensation for your time and travel, and the offices are in O'Fallon, Missouri. So it's not like you're going across the country for this. Dr. John Connolly's been in practice for over 40 years and has more than 20 years of experience conducting clinical research trials. So if you are interested, call 636-244-3593 or check out the website. The website is pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. We have news out of South Beach as free agent center Precious Achiuwa has agreed to a one-year deal with the Miami Heat. Sources are telling ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Pete Rock and CL Smooth, they reminisce over you from 1992. Are you horseplowing me?
Don't know the years.
I shifted to jams for Tim for his birthday.
It's the right thing to do.
Can't even get one day.
I gave you 2 hours, and you scoffed each time.
I didn't scoff.
This isn't one of my songs.
Well, we said favorite songs.
No. I guess I could have asked you your favorite songs.
Yeah.
But you have to acknowledge that this is the jam. Even if it's not for you, this is the jam.
No, this is not the jam.
You hear that yakety sax, though?
Yeah.
I don't hear a sax.
That's coming up.
Single pair.
Oh, there it is.
Busted. 21, had another one. Let's name Pam.
Now, what do you think?
Not the jam, sorry.
Unbelievable. Your thoughts on Doug saying they reminisce over you is not the jam. 314-399-9646. That's where you can text it in. And then, of course, you can talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, I'll give you a Sadie Hawkins.
Okay.
We got Speedy Keys talking about what he's heard from defenses trying to tackle Ahmad Hardy, your Heisman Trophy winner in 2025. We've got Eli Drinkwitz talking about what they're trying to do to limit explosive plays in the secondary. We've got Xander Schauffele on who he thinks is going to be the difference maker for the United States in the Ryder Cup. And we've got a former college football coach leading the crowd with a USA chant at Bethpage yesterday.
Oh, I like that last one.
All right, well, take a listen. Here is former LSU coach and USC coach and Ole Miss coach, and now just enjoying life living on South Beach with his buyout from LSU after coaching the greatest college football team ever, the 2019 LSU Tigers, Ed Orgeron, hanging out in New York and getting the fans fired up.
All right, on three. Loud and clear now. Loud and proud, baby. Here we go. Three. USA! 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 USA!
Ed Orgeron loves America, Doug. And he is just spending his time. He runs on South Beach. That's what he does in the morning. I saw Dan Levitard talking about this. He goes, what's Ed Orgeron doing? Because their show's based out of Miami. He goes, every day I just see him running around Miami Beach, big, thick, red man.
Yeah, he does have a weird build.
It's like an offensive lineman.
And he goes topless, doesn't he?
He does go topless.
Oh, gosh.
And then he'll see him just like at bars. And he got a bunch of money from LSU to go away. They tried to do it as quietly as possible, considering some of the things that were going on down there, allegedly. And then he has, I don't think, any interest to go back and coach again. And he's just living one of the greatest lives possible. And so he shows up yesterday at Bethpage, and he starts yelling at the fans, let's get it going here as the boys walk up to the green, and he gets the USA chant going.
Okay.
Look at Ed Orgeron.
And if you have all the money you need and you can go and do anything you want, that's what you do. You run around topless on South Beach.
That's correct.
Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
Okay.
Gabe's going to sell Power Mizzou, and he's going to go down to Miami Beach and run next to Ed Orgeron.
Where's he running? Because
there's those little pathways around, you know that?
He's
right
not a young
Collins.
man. He's got to be late 60s, maybe 70s.
I'm going to take a play on 68 for Ed Orgeron. Ed Orgeron, 68.
I'll go 67.
64.
Oh,
nice. Boy, so he's really got it all figured out.
Yeah. I don't think he'll ever go back to coaching.
No. I mean, he's got it figured out in a major way.
Yeah.
Like he kind of had the reputation of a guy who just kind of fell into a great situation. Like he was a really good assistant.
Yeah.
Was he going to make much of a head coach? He did. I mean, he won the whole thing, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
with LSU.
Yeah. Watch out for that Seaguard, boy.
But the first sign of trouble, he was out.
That's correct.
Yeah, but I don't think he cares. On the Ryder Cup viewing, I think it would be awesome to be there, like chanting on, kind of maybe trolling the Europeans a little bit. But from like actually keeping up with what's going on, I couldn't imagine a worse place to be than Bethpage Black, like on the course, because there's so much going on.
It's like the Olympics,
and you got to
watch on TV.
Right, you got to keep what's going on with the scores for the team totals going on. I have more so than any golf tournament. I think you'd be so lost out there with what's going on.
So we're going to the Ryder Cup in Ireland in 2027, and I'm trying to figure out how to handle that specific situation that you just brought up.
Right. I assume they have like a lot of scoreboards around that are trying their best to keep you updated, but like it's really hard without the TV chyrons and broadcasters telling you what's going on.
So weirdly, when the PGA Championship was at Bellerive, it was right. Doug, I know you were right by Tiger Woods when he hit what became the famous shot of that tournament when he hit it off the right by the path on number 9, and then he birdied that hole, gave a fist pump. That was right by the media tent, and then Koepka came up a couple groups later and he birdied it as well. And I thought, you know what? This is going to be a hell of a back nine. I'm going to drive home and watch it because I want to be able to see it as opposed to not know what's going on. So in that weird spot, should the Americans be competitive in Ireland here in 2 years, I don't know how the hell I'm going to watch it. But we're going with my parents.
Right.
What was their 50th wedding anniversary. That's what we got them. With all my siblings and their wives/husbands, and so I'm going to be.
That's a different. The European one's different. Like going to see something like that is totally worth being a little lost. But if it's in America, I don't know. That's where I'd be like, I'd rather watch on television.
Yeah, I don't think Whistling Straits was an ideal venue for it.
It's hard to get people. I mean, it's like really hilly, and they fescue everywhere, Doug.
Doug, do you hate fescue?
I don't hate fescue. Tall fescue, that's a good, sturdy, hard grass.
Sure. Tough to play out of.
Yeah, you got to mow it low.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, do you think Ed Orgeron hangs out on Holliday Beach? It might be fully nude. Thanks. That's from a Swing Haven board member.
You wouldn't want to see that, would you?
Jackson, would you like to see Ed Orgeron nude?
No.
In the buff? Probably not. Probably better, They say never meet your heroes, so.
He was on Pardon My Take last month, and he did say he was starting to get the itch a little bit again.
Nice. Bring him back. Who wants him?
That's the thing, is like, what would be the fit for him?
I don't know if he gets an SEC gig.
That's what I'm saying.
It's got to be another one of those.
What's he going to go coach at Washington? Like, how would that play?
No, it's got to be another one of those Louisiana schools.
That's a nice play.
Because he was perfect for
How would he play in the swamp?
I don't think that's the difference. I think it's kind of understood what he is, and I don't think that's what they're looking for there. I'd be entertained by it. I think it might be good if you're a Missouri fan if he goes there. I don't think he's necessarily a program builder.
Right.
He might be a good fundraiser.
Yeah, I could see him being like an ambassador, even for like LSU. I think LSU could be
I'm
perfect.
pretty confident LSU isn't interested in him.
Probably not.
Popping back in.
What did he do that made him so upset there?
A lot of allegations. So for the purpose of erring on the side of caution, I would just recommend Googling. But yeah, it was some off-field fun and games. No.
Huh. Well, he is running around topless still, so
exactly
who knows what he might
He's going topless at some wedding for a former staffer,
That's
too.
right.
He's a party boy.
Really?
He is. Yeah, he's got it all figured out. It would be fun to send Ed and the Strode Man to hedonism. No gluten here. Thanks and hashtag free perk. It's from Brian Henson, who might be covering the best team in NFL history, the Indianapolis Colts.
I don't know.
That would be must-see content.
Iggy and Ed Orgeron and hedonism?
Yeah.
See if we can make it happen.
That would be incredible.
The program's called TMA. You can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up at the end of the program, BK and Ferrario then at 11 o'clock, and Jamie Rivers will be in at 2 o'clock after he just joined us in the previous segment, and Jackson said he was putting him on his dance card.
Yeah. Yeah, you better watch out.
So that's your lineup here on 101 ESPN for the next, Doug, I'll call it 7.5 hours approximately.
Okay. All right. Fine.
That's what we have coming up. And we got that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. You know about Design Air.
Well, I do, because I've had them at my house on a couple of occasions, mostly for maintenance, but I did have that little air conditioner go dead there in heat of summer, and you know what? They come right out. Design Air is a name you need to put in your contact list, so when something happens, and it will sooner or later, to either your air conditioner or your furnace, and Design Air has got the staff size to get out there in a hurry. They got lots of people, a lot of handsome repairmen. I always suggested you ask for Larry the Silver Fox.
You really like Larry.
If you don't get him, you'll get somebody who'll get out there and get the job done. They've been doing it since 1904. There's nothing you can throw at Design Air that they haven't seen many, many times. They have more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company, also happen to be the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and we are very appreciative of that. Seth Goldcamp runs the place. He wants everyone to know that Design Air is the place where you can trust. You'll never be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service and the no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. Don't wait until it breaks down. Get it done before. Design Air's comfort you can count on since 1904.
Yeah, the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Hey, Doug, I think I saw you this weekend at the Circle K off Lucas and Hunt. Was that you in the black Dodge Charger with a temporary license plate and duct tape on the back right window?
So?
That's from Hooterville Regional's chief berating officer, the CBO.
I hang out at Circle K frequently.
With the Dodge Charger and expired tags.
Yeah, is there anything wrong with that?
You should try Quick Trip.
Yeah.
It's a little upscale for me.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can text in with your sightings of the show as well. 314-399-9646. The program's TMA 101 ESPN.
Doug, these are songs for me that Jackson's playing.
And this is your jam right here?
Yep.
Well, some people like things. Some people don't like other things.
That's correct. Is this my theme song? No. Rock Me Amadeus by Falco is.
Is that right? Okay.
Jackson, why'd you choose this?
I thought you enjoyed this tune. I think I've heard you sing it to yourself before.
Is it possible to sing it to yourself?
Yeah.
When I'm getting ready for a QFTA for 5 hours?
Really?
You have QFTA in your DNA.
I was thinking about texting you yesterday because I had to get home for a call. Doing QFTA because you were probably still here remotely.
What time was this at?
I got done with the call about 1:30.
Yeah, I was here.
You know who I was on the call with, Doug? I don't know. I
No.
assume you worked with her?
No.
Alexis Zotos.
Oh, sure.
She's got a good thing going with the social media thing that she's built. Tip of the cap to her after she left KMOV. And we're going to be working with her on Sound Story. So anyway, me and Brett Knowles, you might know him as St. Louis Starter Packs on Instagram, who's working with us on Sound Story. So she's going to be doing a campaign with us. So anyway, that's who I was on the call with. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I got to do QFTA because I'm taking off. But that paper's, it's raining, so you probably weren't at St. Louis yesterday.
No, I was working.
Look at this guy. Probably working on Movie Boy, though.
I recorded with Rafe, but that was done by about 1 o'clock-ish yesterday.
Think I could do the QFTA on the flight to Las Vegas today and just kind of like entertain the people around me?
I don't see any logistical issues with that.
You used to do like a text version of QFTA, right?
On the TMA fan page, I would do that. Doug, you want to do that today? You want to do
that would be so much fun.
What's the deal? So for most flights, you just pay the $10 and you get kind of unlimited Wi-Fi?
I think it's $7.99.
Square deal.
And then if you want to have access to browsers, it's $39.99.
Oh,
that's
no.
something that
That's
I always
worth it.
have,
Right.
That's something
And you
I
gotta make sure you angle your device correctly.
I mean, again, but that's kind of implying that there's something wrong.
I couldn't agree more.
Thank you, because I got close to kink shaming.
No, it's not. It'd be the airline kink shaming.
Remember, maybe it was about a year ago when it became a story where people were airdropping pornographic pictures to the pilots of airlines.
That was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you're close enough to a lot of phones in a plane.
Yeah, with the
And they're airdropping porn on other phones.
That's why you got to make sure you have airdrops set to context only so you don't get hit with a missile. It's tough.
Yeah, that is an important thing to have on the settings.
It's a dangerous game out there. You can literally click it to anybody. If they have their airdrop set to everyone, you can just airdrop anything to anybody.
Have you
in
ever
that
received
proximity.
an inadvertent airdrop?
No, because I have my settings
Yeah, I
correct.
have that settings turned off.
You got to be careful.
God, man, yeah, that'd be a bad beat.
It'd be gross.
Well, now you're getting again close to kink shaming.
Yeah, that would be
gross.
That would
Yeah,
be.
see, Doug?
I don't even know what the kink would be there.
Doug, you can airdrop me junk pictures anytime you want. That's from the Mississippi Mud Shark. So there's an example right there of somebody who wants it, Jackson.
Right, but then you have to be in proximity with the person.
Right. The phone
Otherwise,
is
it's
usually
just
just a few feet away.
Yeah, you'd have to. It's a Bluetooth thing.
I'm not trying to be a smart aleck, Doug, but do you know how to could you airdrop something?
Of course.
Okay.
I've airdropped something with Doug before.
I airdropped a lot of stuff.
Not professionally. It was not. It wasn't anything. Not that anything would be wrong with that.
That was backtracking.
Tim, could you do QFTA while taking off today and be out of breath with the thin air like Jackson was on Movie Boy? That's from Just Don't Press Push. So all you were doing was walking and you were out of breath?
No,
what the hell's going on with you?
See, this is why I didn't even want to put it out, because this would be the narrative. No, it was I was walking for a long time because the movie's called A Long Walk. And at the last part of it, I was going up a very steep grade, and I warned beforehand. I said, this might get a little breathy here. And it was hot out. So no.
But authentic, and it was probably gritty.
I was trying to be, I was trying to be meta. Apparently
But
it
you
fell
didn't
flat.
get killed. Isn't that the
Yes.
storyline? People get killed if they don't keep walking?
Correct.
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
Surprised they didn't release that at Christmas.
You just recorded on your phone?
Yeah, voice memos, which actually sounded pretty good, all things considered.
right, really?
Yeah, pretty solid. I mean,
so this wasn't like a video one. This was just
me recording audio.
And you're panting?
No, I'm not panting. I would say that there's some moments where it might have a little breathy.
You can't walk without getting winded?
Oh my God. See, this is why I didn't even want to do it. Can't do anything.
I like that
I
idea.
put an ad up on Instagram. Jackson loves rubbing feet. I podcast you. Jackson can't walk. See, it's this narrative city. I can't avoid it.
It's not like any of us overreacting.
No, you're
on
right.
this show.
Yeah.
My overreaction is that James Carlton is the greatest insurance agent in the history of the world.
Underreaction, if you ask me.
Thank you. 451 5-star reviews for James Carlton. Here's one from Craig Osborne, just posted a month ago. Working with Mike at James Carlton State Farm has been a great experience. I've heard about James and his team for years while listening to TMA. Oh, how about that? God bless. I just scrolled through, and this is when I showed up. And God bless. Thank you, Craig. And when I got the renewal notice from our former provider, it was time to get a free quote. James and his team, shout out to Mike Ross, was a very easy process of making the switch, and we're saving over $1,500 a year between our homeowners and auto insurance. It's always great supporting a TMA sponsor, and even better when you save a bunch of money and get great service. How about Craig Osborne? He's up for TMA Lister of the Month for my money. It's going to be a battle with him and Kurt. James Carlton is online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. He has been now for 6 years, and I recommend him wholeheartedly to the audience. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. The program's TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN.
Und alles rief, come and rock me, aber der ist du.
This is my theme song.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais. Martin Kilcoyne heading to the penultimate Heim Bloom onboarding session. I think Kirsch has taken that over.
Nice.
On Monday.
Special projects.
That's correct. Jackson Burkett on the 1s and 2s. BK and Ferrario coming up at the top of the hour. Tim, do you need anyone to carry your luggage today? Thanks. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
You're not checking the bag. That's all carry-on, right?
Yeah, I'll carry on.
Yeah, all day.
I'll carry on all
And you have little porters that run alongside and next to you and at airports carrying stuff?
I've actually bought flight tickets before just so I could make it into the concourse, carry his bags, but then I don't get on the flight.
That's correct. Yeah, you pick something up at that Burger King or Cinnabon and then head on home.
And just be happy that you got the chance, huh?
Hey, Tim, what's your flight number? I want to track it and make sure you make it there, okay? Thanks. That's from the co-founder of the Fairmount Park Players Club.
You can just kind of feel the air a little heavier knowing we have less than a half hour of him left this week.
I'll be back next Wednesday. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, we'll get by somehow. I don't know how we're going to do it.
You have Gabe tomorrow. You have Joey Vitale tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. That's
Tim Convey's
Tim Convey's coming in.
Oh, is he really?
He's got a little comedy special going on.
We got a full dossier while Tim's gone, so we'll soldier on.
What's doing on Monday? Colonel,
Curbs, Colonel Curbs. That's it, and then some other stuff Tuesday.
Doug, some other stuff would be where I would call and then make a move on the turn.
To be announced.
He doesn't have any.
Nothing. To be announced. You don't know what I have in these hands.
Nah, you got ace high.
That can take down the pot on certain hands.
It's fine, but I'm gonna with the bullets I'm gonna fire on the turn in the river. You're just not gonna. I'm playing GTO over here, Doug.
Okay, you're playing GTO over here. I never thought you'd play GTO.
Tim, I'll be doing a personalized whisper flight tracker of your journey. Hope that's okay. That's from ASMR Ting Ting DBA Brian Henshin, who, of course, is covering the Colts, and they're on a collision course with the Eagles. Is that right, for the Super Bowl? Brian Henshin's going to be covering a Super Bowl.
That'd be pretty great.
Will he get to cover that, or will he be stuck on the high school lacrosse beat?
Who do the Colts have this weekend, Doug? The Colts?
I think it's...
they have the Rams.
Look at that, yeah.
And SoFi. Who also look good.
Colts are pretty good.
Colts are getting 3.5 points.
All right. Did you see what Tony Hawk got for his
the 1.1? 1.9?
$1.152 million for one of his skateboards.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding. Who would pay that? Ooh.
Memorabilia collectors are passionate.
He got $115,000 for his helmet. $64,000 for his sneakers. $57,600 for his knee pads.
When are you going to start selling your game-worn items?
Maybe this afternoon.
Yeah. Is he just liquidating things, or what's happening?
If I was sitting on $2 million worth of memorabilia, I'd probably part ways with it too.
Yeah, what does he care
just
for?
Sitting in my closet collecting dust.
He's probably got 10 more just like it sitting there.
Yeah.
I just got a text to my phone from Chairman Steve, who is the TMA listener of the year from 2023, right? 2023?
Yeah, 23. Kurt won in 22.
He says, I'm flying to D.C. at 7:25. What restroom do you want to meet in today?
Oh.
So he's going to go to this flight 10 hours early.
And you're going to get a wide base and start tapping to each other?
Yeah, Senator Larry Craig. Minneapolis Airport, am I right on that?
I don't know where it was.
Yeah, that apparently is a thing.
For senators?
I don't think it's necessarily specific to the U.S. Senate. That was just an outlier.
Sure. They do it in the house as well.
But you go into the airport and you start toe tapping to see if the gentleman next to you is interested.
Can you imagine?
It feels like
getting very close to kink shaming, just so you know.
Well, it needs to be shamed.
It feels like a pre 9/11 thing too. Like I just don't know.
Well, it happened after 9/11.
It did?
Yes.
What?
There goes
Why
that.
would 9/11 have anything to do with that?
Well, because like a guy would just like stroll into a bathroom, but now you have
be
to
a terrorist.
Well,
on the
no,
other side?
I'm not worried about terror. Isn't the worry? I'm worried. It's about having to have a ticket to get through security now. You know, the days of people just casually coming in and out of airports are gone.
So you think they casually went without a ticket, walked into an airport and just hung around the men's room with a wide base?
Isn't that what happened? More or less.
I assume they were flyers. They were passengers.
But what if you live by the airport? You know.
What an odd thing to do.
Isn't it all? I mean, you're king
How big a loser are you?
No,
Say, hey, where
really
are you going? I'm going to the airport to sit around the men's room.
They called it cottaging.
You got to be kidding me.
Flip that off.
You ever heard that term, Doug?
What?
Cottaging?
No, I
thought it was cruising.
I don't like the term.
So, yeah, I mean, you don't want to use the restroom anyway at the airport. And then just think if, like, all of a sudden, Doug, some wingtip shoe from a senator slides on under there.
Speak for yourself.
If you have that kind of an emergency, you're thinking, praise the Lord, I don't see anyone I know. I hope no one saw me come in here. I'm going to wait till everyone's out of the restroom before I leave here. And instead, you got some guy who lives in the next neighborhood over tapping his toes at you.
I think it was a tap and then sliding into, like breaking the plane, you know, into the other stall.
Yeah.
Tap, tap, slide.
Yeah, it's a series of unfortunate situations.
What's the best airport restroom you've been in?
Flip that off. Flip it off.
I guess this thing must have worked for somebody somewhere along the line for him to still be doing it.
Well, I think he got pinched, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, I mean, this wasn't like something that he wound up posting about.
He's rather tell all.
Now you're telling me the police are hanging around? This happens so often that you got a cop walking beat
like
in
a
the
narc.
restroom?
I actually believe what happened. It was an undercover police officer because the airport had a problem with it.
Oh, God. So it's happening a lot.
13 minutes he was in the stall before the police officer observed him lingering outside and frequently peeking through the crack of the door of the stall.
Oh, Doug. So not only have you had to use the airport restroom in an emergency situation, and now you've got the wingtip shoe sliding, but now there's a chance that the senator is peeking through the
all this with horrible odors everywhere.
At 12:16 hours, he tapped his right foot. I recognize this as a signal used by persons wishing to engage in lewd conduct.
Well,
have you ever seen that kind of thing in a bathroom?
No, not.
I've seen phone numbers written down on the side.
Apparently at Lambert Regional, because that's where Chairman Steve and I are going to be today. Don't kink shame. All right. You are welcome to get involved in the program. 314-399-9646. You can also email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, which is coming up here in a matter of moments. And we ask you to support the sponsors like 100 West Dental and Dr. Brandon Pryor, who is located on Manchester in Baldwin. No dental insurance, no problem. At 100 West Dental, the membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on right now. Mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental, and there is no phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. It's 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. It's 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. And Dr. Brandon Pryor, they are on Manchester and Baldwin. Make sure you get your teeth cleaned. Make sure you get your teeth checked on. It can impact the rest of your body's health. It's an important thing to do. Everybody understands. Nobody gets excited about going to the dentist. But at 100 West Dental, they make sure that you are taken care of with the most modern technology. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. And if you're interested in Invisalign, give them my name. You get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100westdental.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and make a great living, and that's one of the reasons why customers have been supporting Michael's Flooring for 3+ decades, with locations in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. They're online at igotfloored.com, the website igotfloored.com. You can go online right now at igotfloored.com and get 3 free samples from Proximity Mills. That's all at Michael's Flooring website, igotfloored.com. Michael's passions flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he makes sure he gets the best installers that he can, giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. If you are interested in working at Michael's Flooring, go to igotfloored.com. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. It's Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com.
Hey, it's Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Thursday night football action right here on 101 ESPN this evening. Cardinals and Seahawks pregame at 6:30 p.m. Kickoff at 7:15. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
All right, Doug, you got one choice. Do you want to do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today or not?
Well, yeah, let's do it now.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a good time.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Riot's dad is in a position to clinch the month of September with a win today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can participate in the program. Dearest gentlemen, but mostly Tim, how scandalous. I nearly spilled my cognac upon hearing Brandel Chambly's recent comments about young Bryson DeChambeau. To lob such verbal grenades on the eve of the Ryder Cup, despicable and positively un-American. In my day, when a man donned the stars and stripes upon the fairway, he was shielded from sabotage, not skewered by a Golf Channel gadfly masquerading as a patriot. To undermine Team USA at this delicate hour is no different than brewing Earl Grey with tap water, an act of sabotage against decency itself. Mark my words, if our lads fall short at Bethpage, the blame lies at the feet of Scambly. I dare say he ought to be tried for crimes against golf, if not against the Republic. Yours, in righteous indignation, Grandpa Licks, who's included a picture of a topless Dustin Johnson.
Always gets down to topless, doesn't it? Always. Always men, too.
A lot of emails today. Made it to the filtered file. Hey, Doug, the landfills are wafting nicely today over Bridgeton. It makes for some good aromatics. Really gets you in the porkin' mood. Why don't you come on over and let me take a ride on the old Vaughn Express?
Okay.
Okay. In the filtered file.
Yeah, no, it's good.
You thought that was okay, did you?
What was wrong with that?
It's vile. Who was it, Tim?
That's the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer.
We're going to suspend him. Bridgeton landfill fume huffer, you've been suspended a period of 2 days' time, and a letter will be put in your file.
How's that feel?
I don't suspect it feels very good.
No.
Our Father who art in Seattle, hallowed be thy dumper. Aside from the Mariners being the sole reason I haven't gone insane this baseball season, I want to thank you all at 101 for keeping me sane and in the loop with humor and sports entertainment. In my gesture of thanks, I would like to announce the start of a GoFundMe for Hubbard Radio. Jamie stopping by made things apparent and allowed our boys to voice their cry for help. Missing chairs, duct-taped headphones, and paper-thin walls that allow KC marathons to be heard throughout the entire building. I will do my part in the form of this email, which has been sponsored by the listeners in Warren County, and together we will make your show adequate again. That's from Dirk 3K, a.k.a. the Mariners Lemming of St. Louis.
Mariners Lemming of St. Louis.
And young, when Old Busch Stadium had the AstroTurf, the players would wrap their feet in foil and their tootsies would be like little baked potatoes. Thanks. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin. I work at a newspaper, Tim, so there. I also operate a Whisper YouTube page dubbed ASMR Taylor 94. Kick by the channel and I'll whisper sell you a couple of Doug dogs on the boardwalk in a shoddy New York accent whilst painting a photo of present you with a 5-year-old you. Kind of creepy, but fairly existential. Hey, I'm walking here. Wonderful. Thanks. That's from Brian Henshin. Doug, what do you read?
I don't know.
I really like that.
A lot of gibberish. Brian Henshin.
I was at Johnny's Market staring at the black and white headshot of Doug that resides above the meat counter. Ugh. Johnny's Market, and you have a picture
It's
above
not there anymore. It got knocked down. Now it's the Lindbergh School District building.
Be like holding up like a deer head, but it's just Doug's picture.
Could be. Yeah.
Waiting anxiously for Kyle, my butcher, to finish packaging my weekly supply of sausage casings. I was anxious as I had to drive back home down Lindbergh Boulevard, my least favorite road. It made me think of my Mount Rushmore of roads that I hate. Here they are. Doug, here's the Mount.
I'm interested.
Okay.
Kings Highway by the hospitals.
Yeah.
It's a nice play. It's
Great
a great
play.
So far, I really like the list. Manchester,
Yes.
great play.
Yes.
It's actually west of 270s, man. Okay.
Manchester, what? West of 270?
West of 270. That's where it really gets nasty.
God, I don't know.
I'll take kind of
out there in Baldwin. It's
in between
jam-packed.
Lindbergh and McKnight can get pretty sweaty.
Well,
Like
you're
pretty
Central
sweaty?
Corridor.
Yeah, that was
Old school.
Sorry, that's where I drive.
Telegraph Road, and you get out there.
A little far south.
Did you hear that right there? Did you catch that?
It sure
He had a little
was
smirk
demeaning.
when he said
Well,
it,
shout out to all my people in Oakville.
Yeah, but I think they're going to replay that on the YouTube and notice there was a little smirk.
Make fun of my bald spot.
And Hanley, my old boyfriend, lives near there. That's from Blumpkin Spice Latte.
Hanley's not that bad. Kings Highway is the answer.
Kings Highway by the hospital. Forget about it.
There's like 10 stoplights.
God,
in
that is brutal.
Quarter
That's
mile.
a nice play. Manchester's brutal. I actually, if I have to run somewhere and I got to go in Manchester, I'm like, I'm just going to wait until like after 7 o'clock. I'm not dealing with this.
It sucks.
Let's see what I got here. Greetings and salutations, gents. Great show today as always. Tim looked especially cute today.
Here we go.
Doug, I bought my first pair of khakis the other day. Not going to lie, not a fan at all. Let me know if you could use another pair of slightly worn pants. I can even wash them for you. Oh, well, got to go. Go Blues. That's Dave in Mofallon.
Dave in Mofallon.
Juvie Hall. I know what that's all about. That was no picnic. That's from Midge.
Gosh. Midge.
He's losing the plot a little.
I'm starting to feel bad for Midge.
They keep getting shorter.
The year was 1636. Harvard was just opening as the first American university and in need of an eloquent and dashing student spokesperson. They had their eye on a local Colvin sports reporter, which is a combination of modern-day golf and hockey, popular among Dutch colonists. His name was D. Elvin Vaughn, and he was a visionary with his convertible LeBaron horse-drawn wagon and his typhoid fever-free lukewarm water. But unfortunately, when they reached out to him with their scholarship offer, he never answered the knock on his door because he was enthralled with that night's episode of The Colonist's Golden Bachelor, leaving Benjamin Woodbridge with the honor of leading the first graduating class of 9 people. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the Francis Park Weighted Vest Walking League.
Shooter McGavin. Jackson, when you did your walking, you didn't have a weighted vest on. Or
No.
But you were panting.
I would say I was breathing with
pace.
You know, like when your breathing becomes manual instead of automatic.
You were just
Breathing
walking.
becomes manual.
You know,
Are you walking up a steep incline?
yeah, steep grade.
And finally, what's up, boys? This is a sad, sad day, as it's Tim's last show till Wednesday. I do have to ask, being on the Illinois side, I can have you come over, Tim, have some drinks, place your bets for the weekend, and then have your way with me.
No.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't have to go all the way to Las Vegas. I could just go over there. Jackson, has anyone ever told you your laugh sounds like a grown-ass Festus fat starting up his stomach to devour QT hot rollers?
Oh. I'm going to be honest, I didn't mean to put this one in the filtered file.
No.
Also, I may have spotted Arenado at the Lambert. See, I'm trying to read.
Yeah, that's what we have for the...
Oh, okay.
Gosh.
Thanks, and have a great birthday, Tim. That's from Average Size Shabangas, Doug.
Okay.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Because I'm a fan of brevity and starting to feel sorry for him, I'm going to vote for Midge.
I think I'm going to go Henshin.
I'm also going Henshin.
Well, then that means Henshin won because
Dang it, Lucas.
I can't. My understanding is I can't counter 2 votes.
Okay.
If it's a
You could have
tie,
voted for Midge.
I could have, but I didn't think.
All right, then Henshin. Henshin's deserving.
Yeah, I like the Johnny's Market one with the rankings of the roads. I thought that was well
that's
done
solid.
there by Blumpkin Spice Latte. All right, time for us to shut it down. I will be back on Wednesday, but my Instagram, I'll be doing Instagram lives left and right from Las Vegas.
I would hope so, yeah.
Calling people out.
Holding people accountable. BK and Ferrari are coming up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.